Finally, I'm here. Trembells, seagulls, evolve fairies, and the air is filled with aroma of coffee, chestnuts, and the sea salt. City chains, domes rise above rooftops, minarets, and air is filled with aroma of coffee, chestnuts. One more step, a narrow street leads me to wide arc. Beyond it, dervishes are spinning in their dance. Their white skirt spreading in circles like the water touched by the first ray of the sun. I'm in very heart of the city, where past, present, and future meet. Welcome to Istanbul. From the outside, the Grand Bazaar is alive with the sounds of roaring crowd, ringing coins, and the soft sound of fabric. But step inside, and there will be more. Copper rings under hammer as an artisan carves pattern, etching history into metal. Around the corner, the sound of glass. A man builds mosaic from hundreds of colorful pieces. His fingers knows every single piece. Further on, this only sound is whisper of the pen. A calligrapher inks birds and flowers. Ahead, bright threads catch the light as a weaver's shuttle passes between them, creating pattern that will live for centuries. In white dust, a sculptor works with his chisel, the stone slowly revealing the curve of an arc and the fine details of pattern. Light dances of a precious stone as a jeweler searches for that one angle where every facet is ignited. Each one of them is creator. Their crafts has attracted people for all the way of the world for centuries. Their hands turned simple materials into heritage of humanity. But today, time moves forward. New creators have emerged. They no longer work with stone or copper, they work with code and data. Instead of carpets and mosaics, they create algorithms and systems can change the world. Today, as before, mastery passes from teacher to student. But instead of hammers and chisels, we have code, data, and algorithms. Yandex Cup is a place where craftsmen of digital world come together. And today, you came here to show your own crafts. Some of you teach machines to create, to write, to draw, to compose. Their stories have emerged from billions of parameters, like an epics of ancient storytellers. Others give vision to the code. Their creations see the world and make sense of it, connecting image and word. There are those who build digital guilds with hundreds of assistants working together like a craftsman in ancient workshops. Some weave invisible threads of recommendation to understand the desires. The architecture of these systems is intricate as carpets of a Turkish carpet. They're the builders of digital bridges who create infrastructures where the data of the entire city flows. Today, the city of craftsmen becomes the city of developers. And those creators are all of you. Welcome to Yandex Cup.
Bayanlar ve baylar, değerli misafirler, ladies and gentlemen, Hoş geldiniz. Welcome to Yandex Cup. It's a little bit intimidating to be here on this stage today. It reminds me my first days in Yandex back almost 5 years ago. This feeling when you are surrounded by people who are by far smarter and unfortunately much younger than yourself. Wonderful to be here. It's a big honor for me as a general manager of Yandex Turkey to welcome all of you here at Yandex Cup Istanbul. This is a truly unique place. All you know that Istanbul, Turkey, has been for ages a crossroads for different tradeways, and now we should admit that Turkey is a regional center for innovation, for digital technology. Now this is a crossroads also for digital tradeways, for digital ways. And it is good to know that we in Yandex are not tourists here anymore. We invest in a lot into development Yandex technology, bringing Yandex technology here in Turkey on the Turkish ground. Last year we invested more than 100 million USD into developing Yandex Search, Yandex Maps, Yandex Go services here, and Yandex Ads, of course. This is not the only thing that we invest here, not just technology. We of course also invest into people, into developing talents here, and I'm happy also to welcome here today students from our first joint AI master program with Middle East Technical University from Ankara. Where are you guys? Students from METO, welcome. Yeah. You can also kind of enjoy today's tournament and feel this atmosphere. Hopefully you will also participate soon in Yandex Cups further on. So this is again a pleasure for us to be here today, to see you here today, and I wish you all the best tonight. Not tonight, today, and all the best awards tonight. So I wish you to use that your logic will be sound, your Turkish coffee will be strong, and all your bugs in a magical way turn into tremendous features. All the best luck. Very welcome to Yandex Cup. And I give this floor to Ivan Pozyrevsky, CTO of Yandex Cloud, to share my welcome mood and to say some warm words to you. Thank you.
Hello everyone. How are you feeling today? Oh, great, lovely, great. I'm really excited to be here today. It's so thrilling. The venue is beautiful. The atmosphere is of good vibes. And of course, there are a lot of talented people, developers, engineers, artists maybe, coffee lovers, leaders. And you, all of you, are the real stars of Yandex Cup 2025. We are hosting the championship for the 8th time, and each year we try to do something differently. This year we reworked the machine learning track, we added the junior league, we made the tasks as close to production ones as possible, and it's the first time we're hosting the finals. Overall today there are 196 participants from 21 countries. To put that in perspective, that's 1% of more than 21,000 of participants that participated earlier in the earlier stages. The prize fund for today is $145,000. That's the scale of Yandex Cup 2025. Thank you. And let me tell you how it's all going to end, actually. In 10 to 15 minutes, you'll spread around the arena, and for the next 5 hours, you will be honestly under a huge pressure. I can still remember that feeling, and I can sympathize with you because I've been there, and this competitive nerve still gives me the goosebumps as of today. So after that, some of you will get prizes, some of you won't, but each and every one of you, trust me, each and every one of you will walk out of this competition as a different person. In my team, there are ICPC finalists working on, and I really can tell you they are different. They think differently, slightly. They innovate, they create, they deliver, they cut through, and they're really effective. In AI services, for example, what they do, they push the boundaries of what's possible with the modern hardware and the large language models to the edge of the technology. In the security team, what they do, they develop the most loaded service in the cloud, the authorization service, which serve more than 1 million of requests per second. In compute services, what they do, they optimize resource allocation for the efficiency. And the reason why competitive programmers excel, the reason why they succeed, is not only because of the programming skills, but also because of the attitude. And the attitude is something that you'll forge today at this arena. You'll forge it, take it with you, and it will stay with you forever. That's important, the Olympic attitude you are forging today. So before we start, I would like to invite Mr. Bekir Palat, the Vice President of Presidential Investment and Finance Office, to the stage to deliver his speech. Please.
Good morning, all. Well, such a fantastic audience. Usually, the average age of my kind of audience is a little bit higher than you, so it's always a pleasure for me to address such young people and talents. And frankly speaking, I never get the dress code right in Yandex events and Yandex floors. It's fantastic. I'm just becoming too serious with all this suit up. Well, 400 years ago, a French philosopher, René Descartes, said, "Cogito ergo sum," which translates into, "I think, therefore I am." So in Descartes' time, the main role of the existence was thinking. But today, as you all know, we are not only thinking or critical thinking, but we would like to think in algorithms. We would like to think in system design. In the past, maybe parents were urging their kids to learn a foreign language, but today it's a programming language, it's a machine learning. So in today's time, it wouldn't be far-stretched to say, I code, therefore I am. So it's a new kind of existence and competition, I would say. And in this regard, having Yandex Cup 2025 in Istanbul makes us excellent sense, because Turkey has been at the heart of innovation for many years now. We have almost 300,000 software developers and additional 25,000 coming to the digital workspace every year. It's a young, talented, just like yourselves, workforce in the country. We have like over 100 technoparks in the country, 9,000 companies doing research and development in those technoparks and R&D centers. And just last year, the Turkish technology ecosystem raised $1.8 billion of investment. So, well, dear finalists, all the talented people that are gonna compete here today, there is one saying of Soichi Honda. He's the founder of Honda. I like it very much. Success is 99% failure. So whatever you fail, actually, it's going to be the next phase of your success. Just like Ivan mentioned earlier, today some of you will win, but none of you will lose. You will evolve. So that's very much important, I believe. So additionally, just last one word, I thanks and appreciate a lot to the Yandex for all the contribution to put this effort to make this Yandex Cup 2025 here in Istanbul for the talent development, for the contribution to innovation culture and digital craftsmanship. So I wish you all the best and have a nice event. Thank you very much.
So, to the attitude. Tell me, please, are you ready? Someone said no, so let's try once again. Are you ready? Yeah. Great. Better. For the third time. Are you ready? Yeah, that's a spirit. So let's get started. So I need you to find your spot, prepare, focus, and nail it today. I wish you all the luck. Thank you.
everyone. I'm Sergey Berezhnoy, VP of DevRel in Yandex and longtime host of Yandex Cup. In just a few minutes, we will kick off the tournament, and before we start, I'm here to share a few interesting facts. Let's begin with the basics. What is Yandex Cup? Yandex Cup is annual programming championship. It started 14 years ago when the first Yandex algorithm contest was launched and was a competition in solving algorithm problems. Over the time, the list of disciplines has expanded and the championship was renamed in Yandex Cup. In this format, it has been running for 8 years now. Over the years, tens of thousands of participants from different cities and countries have taken part in championship. For many of them, this was the first step towards a big career. Some now work in Yandex, some are building startups, some are teaching and passing their knowledge on to the next generations of developers. This is especially valuable for us because Yandex Cup is a place where competition meets community. Here you can meet like-minded people, make new friends, test yourself against the strongest, and understand where you are on a map of the industry. What else matters to us? Of course, our unique approach to the concept. Every year, Yandex Cup gets its own setting. It's a visual theme that becomes a full story we immerse participants in. We deliberately create a unique cultural context, drawing onto the traditions and aesthetic of the host country to connect local identity with the technological nature of the championship. This approach helps us show that technology is a part of human culture. We make participants active protagonists of the story, and the championship becomes a living ecosystem of meanings where the past and future meet in a code. For example, in 2023, the championship took place in Kazakhstan, where we talked about developers as modern artists who create with code. In 2024 in Tashkent, we presented developers as architects of digital civilization in a place that for centuries was a key point on a map of the Silk Road. This year, in Istanbul, we are continuing the line, combining Turkish tradition of craftsmanship with Yandex technologies and telling a new story about those who bring code to perfection. Istanbul is a crossroads of cultures and trade roads and a place where unique craft traditions were born. For centuries, crafters have lived here and passed their knowledge from generation to generation. These traditions are still alive, but in a new form. Today, when anyone can write code, true crafters become even more valuable. As before, true craft stays an elite skill that demands time, talent, and persistence. And now, let's return to the present and take a look how participants are getting ready to the tournament. We're almost ready to start. Today in this hall we have all 6 tracks: front-end, back-end, algorithm, machine learning. And of course we are here to figure it out who will be the winner. But I would like to emphasize that despite there are almost 200 people here who are like participants of the final, total amount of participants applied on the initial stage of our championship was more than 20,000. So I think all of you already could be considered as a winner. And today we, in a second time, will host the junior track of our championship. And especially I would like to emphasize that the youngest participant, 14 years old, Mark Detchenko, this is coincidence, from my hometown, Rostov-on-Don, will be here as well today. So I think all of you will have nice 5 hours of intense coding, but more important that you will have 5 hours of joy and adrenaline, and also those impressions and that Olympic spirit you will develop today will follow you to the rest of your career. So, and yeah, there are like almost 10 seconds, and let's start the countdown. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, let's go. Привет, друзья! Меня зовут Сереж Бережной, и я снова рад вас приветствовать на нашей уже регулярной трансляции, где мы будем вместе с руководителями направлений всех наших треков обсуждать, что же сегодня происходит здесь, в Стамбуле, на Yandex Cup. Начнем с Yandex Cup.
Sasha Roma will start from you guys. Please tell us about you, which track you're
Давай я начну, Саша. Меня зовут Рома Васильев. Я руковожу треком аналитики уже во второй год. В прошлый год мы с тобой точно так же общались в Узбекистане. В этом году мы вместе с рабочей командой готовим задачки, и вот сейчас буквально 5 минут как эти задачки начали решаться.
Привет, меня зовут Саша, я лид трека Backend. Для меня это первый кап в роли руководителя направления. Я до этого принимал участие в рабочих группах, ставлял задачи.
For the first time. Before I was at different other stages, but it's the first time I'm the lead. I'm Serежа Бережной. I'm the front-end track head, and I'm participating in the organization of the whole event. Let's start from the most important part. Why do you think Yandex is organizing such events? Let's ask this question and discuss about it. Maybe from your point of view, you see the results that are there, why we are doing this in such an international format in a foreign country. I'll start. Honestly speaking, I have talked to different guys already, starting from yesterday, and I see two main important reasons. First of all, we create a platform where the talented guys can meet, they can network, because we have such one backbone, and also there are some guys who are here for the first time. It is very cool. I remember how they were fighting for the final very intensively, and I think it will be the same this year. Speaking about 2025, there are not many such international events happening. Even international guests who come here, they have highlighted that Yandex is one of the teams, one of the companies which conduct such an international events. Yes, even though we have Russian guys, but still we have participants from 21 countries. Yes, maybe not from all the countries in the world, but 21 countries is a quite high number. Yes, I would say that it's a platform for the talented guys, and it shows how cool Yandex is and what we can do. Yes, I will add that yesterday we have seen a picture where people, the guys came to the reception and they met each other, and they are familiar with each other and haven't seen each other for a long time, but it's a community, they have a common interest, and it's very cool that they, at our platform, they can meet each other and they can support their community relations, and I think it's very important. And also it's important that the idea that came to my mind when I was discussing about this is that when we contribute into the world community, beyond the company, we develop the industry as a whole. People communicate, they build something new, and it develops everyone. And I can highlight an important part of the championship, that these are not really working tasks, but they still use the skill which people develop while doing professional coding. And so it's a mix where you entertain yourself, have fun, and at the same time you develop your skills which you can use in the future in your work. These skills obtained here, they can be used in the working conditions, but here it's a contest, it's a game, it's always a cool feeling of the spirit of competition, the competitor spirit, and it is quite nice for everyone. As Yandex, we do our PR on one hand, and on the other hand, we have an opportunity to see people who have good skills, and we offer them our job offers. We give them our job offers. Nobody is required to work for us, but they can consider these opportunities, these offers, and it is very cool. I would say even more, Serежа. Starting from the last year, I met, after 3-4 months, the participants of Yandex Cup in the corridors of Retros, and it is very nice that it is very cool that this community works. Yes, and I also want to highlight that these are not working tasks, but these good tasks, they arise from real working tasks. So we're trying to prepare a general idea. This general idea is trying to be crystallized in a task which can be resolved in a short period of time. But of course, the best tasks are the tasks that were solved in the working conditions. These are not artificially made, but they're from the working conditions. Yes, it is also nice that it's very cool that people, the participants from different business units of the company, from the different services of the company, they come together, and inside of the company we have also exchange of experience, and we had such a task and such a task, and then somebody learns that it could be done differently, some internal infrastructure could be used, and so on. This is an additional bonus, isn't it? So you said that they need additional time maybe, but we have only 5 hours of the final, so you cannot not notice that the vibe coding was the phrase of the year, and we can see that there are assistants for programming, for coding. Let's speak about this. Let's speak about how what kind of relations do we have for using AI? Yeah, last year we were trying not to get into this issue, but back then there was no such level of support that could be obtained from the AI. But this year I think it's a new stage, and I think at this new stage we can have a different approach. What do you think? What's your approach in different tracks? How much do we control and how much do we allow to use AI? I would agree with you that yes, we want to do it, but it's not always acceptable. Yes, it's a part of our life, and the different companies, including Yandex, we have a usage of different AI assistants, GPT technologies, and so on. But on the other hand, we don't want the contest to become just prompt engineering instead of what it is at the moment. We want to have a tradition when you create a task, when you get the task created and then you use your brain to figure out some solution, because otherwise it will be an LLM which is solving the task, and the person would be only LLM prompt writer. Yes, I think LLM engineering is something also that is an addition, isn't it? Yes. Sometimes you may send a screenshot and you can receive an answer from LLM. I'll give you $100 if you resolve it. But how do we, what's our approach to this, our attitude in different tracks? Where do we allow it or not? We prepare it so that the tasks wouldn't be solved using only a prompt. We're trying to make the task so that at least the participant would create an idea, even if a code will be generated by a GPT. We still, as it has been said, that it's not possible to use the task itself as the prompt. So it brings us to the idea when in real life, we also cannot solve our real problems using one prompt. Yes, indeed, there are some typical tasks that are simple, which we can see in real life and in contests, and they can be solved very easily, but it's a final stage, so during the final, we have tasks of a different level. And it's not possible to solve them using just one prompt, but we can discuss about what level of AI is allowed. In different tracks is different. So in some tracks it might be easily solved using AI. We forbid them. Yes, for example, front-end developing, also mobile development, and in some areas we allow them to be used, speaking about the GPT and AIs. We want to see the skill of the participant. We don't want them to be an AI operator, not prompt writers, of course. What do you think, Roman? Yes, what is our main idea behind all of this? I think that in 2025, in the year of vibe coding, as you have said, it's important not only to write code, not to write code and to receive some score, but also to implement it. During our work, we also have to understand how it's working and what we should do and how to change it and so on. So in analytics, we allowed them to use LLM for generation of ideas to prepare functional solutions, but the solutions that are based on code only, I think we will not, we said that we will not accept, and we will analyze the code of the winners, and if we will have any doubts about any solutions, if we will have any doubts regarding whether it's a machine-generated code or not, we will have an interview and we will see how much this person really wrote it. Yes, we will ask how much the person understands this code. Yes, of course. I think somewhere at the interface of human and artificial intelligence, there is an ideal situation, ideal balance. Yes, it's a great challenge, and we think about this. On one hand, where we are spending great efforts to teach. We have trainings which are related to context engineering, prompt engineering, and we are explaining how to use it during our everyday life, during our everyday work. We are trying to increase our efficiency using AI, of course. But on the other hand, we are trying to understand what's the participation, what's the contribution of the human being in this system, and which skills add additional value to this process. And what skills should a person have, and how the skills should be developed, how they should be measured in different people, how contests should be organized on measuring these skills. This is what it is all about. We will see what will happen. When we had previous stages, we had different bans because there were some AI usage cases, and we will see how it will develop, and the next year will be even more interesting, I think. Yes, indeed. And let's speak about it even more. Speaking about the motivation, why would anyone participate in such an event? We understood why Yandex might be interested in it, but speaking about the participants, people who came from different countries or participated in the previous stages, what should be their motivation in doing this? What they will get? I think we can say a lot about this. On our side, we are organizing these championships because it's not we can think about it a situation that there is a championship which we organize for the participants will be motivated to participate. So, for example, if we want to have a community, the participants then would be willing to participate in it. If we are speaking about recruiting cases, then championship could be considered as a way, as some mean to get recruited by Yandex. So in some situations, there were cases where we received contacts when we got familiar with people only at our championship, and these are hidden gems which we didn't see, didn't know, and thanks to this championship we met them and we recruited them. Yes, I would also add that I have a metaphor saying that in Yandex, in general, in the company, the people here have a very high energy. And I think that the main goal of the championship is to find such high energy people, speaking to the guys, communicating with them, and when I observe how they participate in the life of community and the analytical community especially, I understand that the people, the guys who came here are the most high energy guys from their different sectors and areas. This platform is a very good platform. I would remind you that we are in Istanbul. All the guys came here to participate in the championship, to do something smart, to meet each other, communicate with each other. And I think for these guys with high energy, it's important, especially for juniors. And we want to see high energy guys in our teams as much as possible, because we have a lot of tasks to be resolved, and I'd like to see them during our interviews and during recruitment process, of course. It has been said during the opening speech that even though some people are already elected because of their high energy levels, but participation in such a championship already creates an experience, already forge your skills in such a way when you understand that in 5 hours you could resolve a lot of things, and you have such an experience in life. When you face real task in your real life with a deadline, with some stress factor and some responsibility, or maybe just a difficult task, you are already approaching it simpler, because you already have this experience, you have already lived through such responsibility and speed and other situations in the framework of such a championship. When you're safe and sound, nothing awful will happen, because all these people, these 200 people who are participating in the finals, they are already the winners, because they have gone through all the previous stages. So even being here, participating here, is already an award, is already a prize. But when you feel this stress once in such a safe environment, you can use this skill, this experience in your real life. Because when I was participating in such contests, yes, it gives you some level of experience during your real work. Yes, I would also add that if you look from the point of view of the juniors, they have their school Olympics, Olympiads, but the school Olympiads, they are different. They are quite strict, and here we show them how it is in real life, because what we do here is this perfect atmosphere, this magical atmosphere. Yes, the setting is very cool. You will see the video and you will see this beautiful vibe and atmosphere reminding an art project. I think it's not enough to say. We should add that. In analytics track, we have prepared tasks. Of course, we have focused on the mathematical part about how to prepare the numbers, how to prepare the data, and so on. But then on each stage, we had different meetings with you, Serezha, when we considered and discussed how this task should be prepared, how this task should be tailored. And of course, we work on the architecture, and we try to work with the materials, and we were discussing that here is with the work with the materials, here is with the ancient cities, and so on. But Seryoja said that we should have an experience that shouldn't be anyhow disrupted. Yes, I think it's an important part of our story, and we will strengthen it even more. We have an opportunity to see the leaderboard in the live, in the real time. We see it on the screen. Let's try to comment the number of the tasks and the progress that has already been reached. It's 30 minutes that people are trying to solve something, and maybe we already have some significant results. I will give you information about the analytical issues, tasks. You should study it maybe in 30 minutes only. Yes, some of them are really difficult.
I would like to underline another thing. Not all the problems are to be solved. There are many problems, and largely there's hardly a person who will solve all the problems. But we are generally planning the way that there are enough problems for nobody to be able to grasp them all. Yeah, the best Olympics are when all the problems are solved, but there is no person who solved them all. So you see here the numbers. We can already see that some is performing differently in different tracks. We can start from order. On the left top there is backhand. Can we zoom in to the backhand tournament table? Is it because it's the first one, or you are leading in backhand? It's pleasing to see that there are participants with 0 points. Another person has sent something. There are some 10 people who have already sent some solutions. They tried three problems. It's not like everyone tried the very first problem. The skill and the choice of the problem is a good skill in winning. This is an analytical solution, I would say. It's important to read all the conditions, all the descriptions through to get the understanding where to start to perform to the maximum. You see one participant being much ahead of others. There are not many who have sent something in front end, just 2 participants, and we have combined the incombinable there. There is a setting about calligraphy, and the front end in general is very close to the visual art, drawing. There are many problems there that are on the overlap. They are similar to what we do in real life. On the other hand, some APIs and libraries are used there that are rarely used en masse. So for many participants, I believe this will be the day of learning something new. Let's have a look there. In fact, there are 2 persons who have sent anything, but no real results. Mobile development. Let's just emphasize that there are many participants who have sent something. I will have a short talk now with the heads of the mobile track analytics. Roman, could you give your opinion here? Let's zoom in the analytics tournament table. Let's see what problems have been touched by the contestants, how uniform is the distribution. Interesting things to note. There is a solution from all the contestants in this category, both guys from the main track and juniors and indexoids. All of them have submitted something, and one contestant has earned 6 points, as we see. The second task seems easier than the first one, but based on the analytics and this table, I might say that it's probably just seemingly simpler. Only one person, Maxim, has solved it correctly. As far as I remember, 6 points is full, so this is our first hero today. We will see how it goes further. With analytical problems, it works this way. You need to think a lot and then submit your solution with maximum understanding, because in many problems we have reduced the number of attempts possible. And for some problems you only have 3 attempts and you need to give the maximum precise figure, which is why we ask the contestants to be maximum careful. The practice of limiting attempts is widespread in the Olympiad community, but we understood that for some problems it's better to provide unlimited attempts so that the contestant tests as much as they want how well they solve. The most important thing is not to switch to FTT. What tracks are there left? EML and algorithms. ML algorithms. There will be a separate connection, live air, and we will see. You told us that we will learn something new, and when we discussed the value of cup and the motivation, we forgot it. Well, it's an occasion. Imagine that there is some WebGL and you learned it in Istanbul in the last half hour or 1 hour while you were finishing the problem. You will remember it for the rest of your life. Yeah, funny thing, in the backend qualification there was a problem about Franju HTTP, and contestants went to read the manuals on HTTP and actually learned something new, after which they submitted something. You usually don't need it, but when you need it, you really need to read it through. What do we do now? Why don't we summarize this section? I've heard in the elevator from one of the participants yesterday that they watched our previous broadcast, which is why I would like to tell a couple of words to our future viewers, to help them make decision on whether or not to participate in Yandex Cups 2026 and 2027 or participate in similar contests. Don't give up. This is my wish to you. This might be a changing dynamic field in terms of details and instruments, but the competitiveness will stick to us for quite a long time, and it gives tangible use for the humankind. What will be your recommendation for those who's gonna be watching us 1 year from now? This thought might be philosophical, but to be successful in a professional field, sometimes you need to repeat something many, many times. I know people from the Olympiad community who've been going to Olympiads from grade 7 and only succeeded at grade 11 in secondary school. You always need to try. You don't lose anything. You will learn something new, some new skills. And if you make it to the finals, this will be an incredible atmosphere that we try to create and recreate every year. I'm curious where we're gonna run Yandex Cup next year. So the general answer is certainly yes. Yeah, you need to take part. It's important not to be afraid to start something and try something. You may start at grade 7 in secondary school or later. You may have worked but have never tried. Newbies, beginners might make it to the finals from the first attempt. People have never tried, and it turned out that they have a great deal of experience that is useful in the contest. All the skills, not purely theoretical, very practical to make it to the finals. Even if you don't make it to the finals, it's important to become a part of the Yandex Cup community. There are chats with other participants. You can share ideas, establish contacts. It's cool. 20,000 people. Imagine that, visualize that. Like-minded people, 20,000. People with shared interests. Incredible, isn't it? Yes, there is a great charge, great deal of emotions of being a part of so many people who do the same thing as you. You know, humans are social animals, and it's important for us. I would like to thank you, and I would like now to invite my next colleagues, Alexei and Vadim, who are responsible for the mobile track. Thank you. Have a good day. I don't think you got bored. We are again back in the studio. We are talking to other leaders of tracks about what Yandex Cup is in general and this year. Introduce yourselves. My name is Vadim. I've been in Yandex Cup responsible for iDook and iOS. I've been doing iOS development for many years, and in Yandex I'm responsible for taxi and intercity connections. Alexei, infrastructure team in Yandex. Here I'm responsible for Android in the mobile track, for Android infrastructure, etc. The infrastructure at work helps with infrastructure at the event. So let's start. As a front-ender, I have some affinity to mobile development because, in my understanding, it's about making interfaces. Our problems, our tasks are similar, and solution methods are similar as well. How is this year different from the previous year? Are there any changes in the mobile domain? Of course, there are changes. The first one being that we are living with more and more LLMs in our lives, so now we need to come up with problems that are not solvable with LLMs. To do this, of course, we used LLMs. Based on our experience. So LLMs can create problems that are insolvable by LLMs. Well, there is the fact that there are two tracks, Android and iOS, and historically they were always parallel. The problems were different. What's happening this year? Did we unite them, as I understand, and are the problems now universal, much like our applications suitable for all platforms? I would like to refer to the finals of the last year, the prize-giving ceremony of last year. I climbed on stage and told that this year it was much cooler than the previous year, and I said I hope next year it will be much cooler. And now I can state that this year is order of magnitude cooler than the last year. It was technical and political decision to unite the iOS and Android to a single track. Each platform is identical but adapted for the platform. It's not like our work was reduced. In total, there is Android developers and iOS developers competing with each other. It's interesting why we were interested how many iOSers and Androids will make it to the finals. Is it true that one group is more skilled, is more clever than the other? That was not the aim. We aimed that we no longer have any systemic methods, so that iOS development and Android development required roughly the same amount of code, and in the chess order. Something is easier on one platform, the other thing is easier at the other platform. We validated it for a long time. Infrastructure is also not very clear right now. Please tell us about the infrastructure of checking problem solutions. You did the double amount of work to cover both platforms, you said. What was that work? It needs to be underlined here that last year we didn't have the opportunity to compile the source code fully for an Android or iOS project and run it in front time. And this year there is an integration with GitLab, and we were able to elevate the front runner to the cloud with Android simulators, concrete versions, full runtime, much like in a real solution. With iOS it was trickier, but we succeeded. We don't have a Mac cloud. The Apple infrastructure specifics is that you can only use their hardware, software to do the runtime, which is why we made our own improvised Mac server sphere. It is separately connected to GitLab. Now contestants have a mobile application draft. They do it much like they do at their work, and they submit it. They clone, develop, they submit. The code runs through our Mac farm. It's compiled. If it's compiled with full UI tests and other tests, it's an honest ambience. Somewhere it was done manually. Somewhere we asked to send screenshots and find codes. There was a possibility to insert something different. Now we compile the code honestly, and for many problems we use our own environment. We take participants' files and replace them with our own tests. You mentioned GitLab. We have our own SourceCraft, which is a Git hosting and a platform for development. Next year, at the very least, we will be able to use close integration with the cloud. It will be cool if we can do this at the SourceCraft repositories and runners. And I would like to take this opportunity to tell you that we have a separate organization that analyzes Yandex Cup problems. We will publish there some solutions, case analysis, author analysis as well. We will give you the link. Let's talk about this thing in the mobile development. We have discussed with previous guys the benefits contestants get from taking part in such events. Are there any specifics? Could you emphasize something? What's different for mobile developers, and why mobile developer community values meetings with each other and with other platforms? How these types of championships could be useful in showing people the auto-test infrastructure so that they bring this infrastructure to smaller companies without their in-house infrastructure. Well, we've come up with non-standard problems that we have seen in practice. This is a section of the most interesting problems. Solving such things will add experience to people. Is it like you are coming here and cherry-picking Yandex experience, right? You are cherry-picking the most valuable pieces of experience instead of solving everything for as long as 5 years. Yeah, you are coming here and you're solving the most difficult, the most interesting problems. Yeah, our work team is diverse. We have different business units. Like I'm mobile, I'm not doing a lot of mobile development, and the specifics of back-end development, like not back-end problems, what is not very frequent in the mobile development world, but what is still interesting for you as a programmer in general. This is what you get here. You can expand your knowledge to adjacent fields. In essence, these problems, if we take like a junior or a middle mobile developer, these problems are not very standard, and they are the problems that push you to develop. Yes, they lift you up. We've picked problems that we lived in real life. This is not routine that we do every day. It's not like pushing simple buttons and moving JSONs. Of course, there is something about moving, and this moving JSONs and painting things, we made this part routine, and we thought that in routine things LLMs will help, but the non-standard essence is the thing you need to run through your mind and understand this is useful. Now about LLMs. In the mobile development world, how do LLMs work? How useful are they? One thing is to write algorithms, combine algorithms from well-known parts, and the other thing is creating something visual, sometimes interactive, complex, where things can be clicked, pressed, centered, aligned, page layout or web page layout, mobile page layout. Do LLMs help here? LLM in a mobile development field is a bit worse than humans. I tried to run it in my own work tasks. I tried to replicate Yandex Smena and other Yandex applications. I tried cursor for back and front end, but for mobile development, LLM always lands us on problems. I believe it's because there is a lot of proprietary soft and deficit of information, whereas we use some internal frameworks for backend driven UIs. This helps us accelerate feature issues, but these tools need to be additionally taught, trained to help us. So it's not a lot of help for us right now. These universal things were not included. We tried to include more universal things. Are there any specifics for Android? With LLMs, you mean? Well, as long as I'm not dealing with mobile code, but I talked to people, and the impression is that it depends on the model. Some models can do the page layout and do the debugging, and you could avoid manual code writing to run most of the tests, or at least most of the standard tasks like button painting. Okay, let's look into the leaderboard. What do we have here?
We have 20 minutes past, so let's see how our participants are solving the tasks in the mobile track. Let's see how they go forward. Let's see them. Let's zoom on them. The mobile track. So we see the table, the important part for the viewers. We can show who does what. Yes, so we see the scores. The fourth task, nobody liked it. They postponed it. But there are some people who solved the tasks and they got the full score. No full score at the moment. We have 100 for each task, which is resolved fully. People are trying to solve all the tasks. Yes, people have quite a qualification, because sometimes there is a situation where one task is not that easy, but you switch to another one, then you go back to the previous one, and so on. It's interesting that the first task is not that difficult. Can we say what it is? It's about the framework and rating framework and to generate it. Last year we had one task which was interesting pixel by pixel. It should have been resolved, and a lot of people spent a lot of time on them but couldn't solve it completely. They got some score, and this time we have 23 tests, and you can do it locally, and only 2 closed tests are there. So the task is much easier, I would say, compared to the previous one. Yes, actually, these skills should be developed to solve the tasks during the contest in the right order. It's important that the 5th was solved by 55 score. No, the fourth one is very interesting. Fourth one is very interesting. We don't have algorithm tasks because, as the qualification have said, they front road from one point to LLM. So we decided to do this way. But the fourth one would be considered, I think, in my opinion, as an algorithm task. You should consider the figures, the shapes that are drawn sometimes by hand, and it's related to the arrays. These are as gestures by the mouse. Yes, when the first time I decided to use a mouse and I was experiencing difficulties to draw something when I was drawing a square or a star. The tests should be similar, but we should also understand that there are always two solutions, and we could do it last time. Yes, we have to highlight also that all the tasks by Indexoid are analyzed, and we consider whether there are different solutions, not the author solution only. Yes, we had many different checks before we included the text in the final. Are you sure that there are people who could solve all the 5 tasks? We don't think it's possible. We think we should consider at least what has been done. It's not like 10 or 15 points only. You can get from 0 to 100 any score, and there are even questions for 1 point only. So your speed, your correct answers are important. Yes, sometimes we consider not a linear distribution of points, but in some tasks we consider how many auto tests were green, which conditions were considered and met, and based on this we include different amount of points. So it's not fixed. Yes, sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, and sometimes we can do as follows. For one test we can give more than 2 points. So separately they are 1 and 1 point, but together they are not 2, they are maybe 4. It's exponential. Yes, we see that we develop. Also, we love the idea of the analytics because they have limited numbers of messages. 3 messages, it's another type of tasks. In some cases, you can understand the answer in advance. In some cases, you have to know it all together. Yes, thank you, guys. I think we have opened the wheel of the mystery, and if you have any questions, ask us, we will answer. We will read your questions. I was saying that next year some people will consider whether they should be doing this or not, and whether they should be participating in the next cup. What do you think about the future participants? What do you want to say to them? Yes, I think, of course, you should participate. What should I say? Speaking about professional advices, I don't think we can say anything, but you should use LLM correctly in your profession. LLM will not solve everything for you, but you have to know how to set it up, how to use the correct prompts and get the results that you need. During this year, from 2024 till 2025, approach has changed a lot, and I think it will be changed even more in 1 more year, and in 2006 and 2027 maybe we will not be coding and doing something else. AI will not get your work from you if you will do everything correctly. Yes, it's a good advice from Losha. I think more practice is needed. You should think about the task, how to solve it, how many solutions can be there. It's not only one. You should gain experience, and next year you can participate in the Yandex Cup 2026, and we will have more experience as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you, dear viewers. Our broadcasting continues, and we will have a award ceremony at the end of the day.
Добро пожаловать обратно в прямой эфир. Меня зовут Лида Перовская, я директор прямых трансляций на чемпионатах ACPC и еще и здесь, на Yandex Cup. И со мной сейчас
Yandex Cup, and at the moment there is Max, ML lead, machine learning lead. Yes, how are you? Everything is cool. We have started and we are expecting the results. Yes, of course, the results just start to arise, and ML actually is the most difficult from the point of view of scores. I think there are only a few people with the preliminary scores, so we will consider them more later. But at the moment, what about the track itself? Would you please tell me how you started, how the ML track lead function came to you? Was it your initiative or you received a message? I can't even remember who came and went to me, but yes, really, people came to me and asked to be the lead, the ML track in Yandex Cup, but such proposals to do something big for Yandex Cup, I thought about it a lot. I'm working on something, and then they said you should help us with the Yandex Cup, and I decided that it's quite interesting to be the lead of ML track in Yandex Cup, to help Yandex Cup, and also the ML track is actually an area which is not very well formed and shaped. It was very interesting to be the part as an organizer in this area, because the format itself is not there at the moment, and it's interesting about the sportive programming, and in different tracks in competitive programming we have different guys and they do different things at the contest, and those might be the front-end track skills and not so good translated into the ML track. But I think that in reality everyone has a long life story about the competitive programming. Doesn't matter where you start and which track, it's always an opportunity to learn something more. And I am actually trying to ask you a question. You have a cool competitive programming past, isn't it? Not very cool. Yes. Don't be shy. Yes. I have participated. I reached half final in St. Petersburg and in school Olympiads, and this time the coding Olympiad is the classics, and even speaking about the ML track, there are guys who already have good results, good achievements, and I think that it's not a very classical competitive setup, but actually even in the classical one there are a lot of people with good achievements, and then you can participate in different contests, you can do a lot of different things, but some people are more full of initiative, some not. Yes, it's a healthy competition, isn't it? Always you have something to go after. Under our screen you can see the light blue, which is the ML track, and we can see that we see new best result. The guys are getting more and more good results. Yes. I want to ask you about the infrastructure, how the track works and how the scoring works. Some people joined us and they discussed it about back and front, but we'll explain how we do it on ML competition. ML is also about points, and it's all automatic. But when we consider the evaluation script from the point of view of the authors, I think the ML track has some key differences. we think that in some areas we think that the participants can be cooler than us. Yes, your metrics can become better and better very much. It has some potential maximum which you cannot reach, and also there is a decision of the judges, and the participants can always go beyond the maximum. Yes, we have quite a few ML tasks at the moment. Yes, can you please tell us in the common description, give us a common description of how it works? Sometimes there are tasks, they can be similar, and we know that there are some tasks with some specific input values, but they might be similar. But today's tasks, are they different versions of the same task or completely different? No, they are completely different tasks, because in ML there are different areas, and people more specialize on different areas of the task. So we were trying to make sure that all areas are included. Some people are more are better in some areas, some are better in other areas, and for this reason we have included all of them. So what should be the correct strategy? Is it better to be the perfect one in one area, or to know a little in all areas? It depends on you. You can do tasks, you can use the tasks where you have the best skills. Of course, you want to get the highest score, but in other tasks you can also do something and to balance your efforts. So you expect and your team expect a lot. Yes, because when you prepare a track, it's a teamwork, isn't it? Yes, indeed. The team is very big. There are people who work on the tasks, who work with the data, especially for the ML track. It's quite important, and some people didn't dedicate a lot of time for the preparation of the tasks, but they came and solved them and so on. So it's always a big teamwork. So, you, together with your team, expect that the winner will have points on all tasks, isn't it? Yes, 100%, because we were considering how the tasks are being solved at the moment, and yes, we expect that they will receive points on all tasks, but of course, we are interested in the decision of the judges. We are not sure how much we should push it up. We will see. Yes, really, it's a competition, a real competition, adrenaline, and I think it will be something very interesting at the end. Yes, a little bit more about the evaluation. What's the classical task on ML? You can think that there is some ideal, perfect solution, but we cannot get there. We have to create wonders for that. So that's why we try to create a metric that will tell us how good the solution is. But I think one of the most difficult things in the preparation of the ML track is that you have to choose this metric correctly, because some metrics would encourage you to go closer to the correct result during the last few steps, and some would say that 80% is quite enough, it's excellent. What kind of challenges did you have in this area? Not exactly with finals. In ML, with the metrics, there is quite a diversification, because if there are some logarithmic metrics which consider what's the correct and incorrect answers and the precision, we used a model which considers how beautiful is the picture that we have received and how it is in accordance with what has been asked to be drawn. Sometimes we have to understand that actually it's almost the same, and we had some ML judge that was able to measure it, and with the metrics it's quite interesting there. You want the metrics to be so that the participants that have prepared different solutions, they should be separated by metrics. And for the challenge is that during the preparation you're trying to test different solutions, make the solutions, make them up, the good ones and the bad ones. Yeah, the bad ones are the most interesting part, isn't it? Yes, sometimes the metrics could be frauded, if it can be said so, and sometimes if it is something that would be misused, then you also try to do it yourself in advance to make sure you're protected from such cases. Yes, it's quite a general task, isn't it? It's a task that you see at work almost every day. From the very basic ones, you should understand how good the product is working to make sure that when you're testing some changes, you would say yes, yes, or no, no. The metric itself is one of the first things that you do in any production. If you have a metric, then the life of many people becomes much simpler. Of course, the ideal, the perfect metric isn't ever there. So when we start the metric itself, it's something difficult to be designed because you have no metric to evaluate the metrics, and for this reason it is the most difficult. We should consider the product vision, you should consider the common sense, you should feel that this is the metric. And during the contests we have additional things. During the production you are working with the product and you want the metric to be related to it, but during the contests you wanted to be challenged with different weird approaches, because during the production usually the approaches are quite standard, but during the contest it's much more different, and sometimes the metrics can be hacked. During production you are not fighting it, nobody would try to do that, but during contests you do. Can you tell me who is in your team in the real life? In Yandex, it's called Service. It's a team of 30 people, and we work on the narrow networks which drive the trucks and passenger cars. I'm the head of this team for like 1.5 years already. I think that's it. I don't know what to add to it. So what about the metrics? What about the metrics? Which are the coolest metrics in your working area? Of course, it's always difficult with the metrics. Of course, it's not easy, but we're preparing a technology that will become a product. And you see how it acts in the real life. You see how your autopilot really acts when it drives a car, but you want to solve things with machine learning. You cannot send each checkpoint to the car. So you send data, you prepare simulation, you compare to real drivers, and of course they are different. For example, in some metrics it becomes better, in some it became worse, and you have to make them up to make sure everything it becomes only better. Then you craft some changes which will make the whole system better. So I think that it's not only the work of the workers of your team, participants of your team, members of your team, but I think your full-time work sounds like the leader of the team, which works in ML track, isn't it? You consider the metric, then they decompose the tasks into tasks. So you are actually a full-time lead of the ML track in Yandex. Can we say that? Yes, we are trying to create some production to make sure our guys can show themselves. Then the big companies will see their skills and knowledge, and then they will decide how to work with them. And it's not only a game; it's also the part of our real life work. Then we will be speaking about the tasks, I think, and I want to ask you to tell us very superficially what were the tasks in qualification, what were the topics. We had 3 topics, all of them are quite mainstream in the current AI research and production in AI world. Yes. And we had language models, and we had tasks with the product benchmarking, and we had a task with a multimodal model, which has an input of text and picture, image, and you had to teach it to solve geometry and physics problems, and we had a generative model as well. And according to the vector description, you should show which sensors should be used at a car, at an autonomous car. And we combined these tasks, and we determined the skills, determined the guys, chose the guys who are better in all of them, who are the best in all of them. And I think yesterday evening was a cool networking dinner, and I think these guys participating there would be very interested in not only participating in this championship, but see how the life will change, because this industry develops very quickly. Yes, we gave them an opportunity to touch such big tasks in a training setup, and all these tasks, yes, are real in real life, in the real production, and you will be able to spend not 3 weeks, but maybe years during your work life. Yes, thank you very much, Maxim, but we don't say goodbye. He will come back to make sure we can consider the tasks, the solutions of the tasks together with the judges, and after a minute we will consider the solutions of the tasks.
I hope you had a chance to grab a cup of tea, and now we are coming back with the first case study for an ML track. Hello, Nastya. How are you? I'm fine, thanks. Nastya was one of those developing the qualification problems, which is why we will definitely come back to that qualification problem and how it's linked to a real unpiloted drone. Yes, I'm in the drone team in the sensor simulation. This is directly into my work. How did you decide to choose this? Max came to you and told that we need to solve this, or did he know that there is such an interesting task? How the process looks like for a creative and difficult problem? We looked for an interesting hype problem and decided that this one is interesting to give to developers for the contest. Is it true that you do something similar inside in the production? To what degree have you already solved it? We are solving it, and there is a prototype, but of course there are prospects to grow and improve because it's super difficult. It's in high demand. When you develop unmanned transport, it's critical to be able to evaluate it, how safe the driving is. And it's important to model real cases from real drives. It's important to look for difficult cases. The real drives only are not enough. You need a strong simulator, and this project is designed to do a strong sensor simulation so that in the simulator you can reproduce the behavior of agents and reproduce all the pipeline from simulation to planning. If the autonomous vehicle changes the trajectory in the simulator, at the sensors level, we will change the environment respectively. I like that several years ago we thought that it's the most important to have real data. Everyone hunted data, everyone was caring about gathering it, cleaning data, and synthetic data were frowned upon. And now we are living the world where the most valuable thing is a cool simulator and the ability ability to launch the process again and again and drive maximum hours that you could not imagine in the real world. I know there is a lot of companies that do SL driving and they believe their main intellectual property, not the model that drives a vehicle, but the ability to recreate a matrix suitable for training any vehicles, the rest being details. Yes, we are making autonomous cars, but this could be a vehicle with any shape with any number of wheels. The problem for the contestants, to what degree was it linked to a particular vehicle or a particular configuration of sensors? Yes, it's bound to a concrete particular configuration of sensors. It's a light passenger car, 6 cameras to the front, to the back, 360 degrees. Does it match with real vehicles that you train? Is it the same configuration of a real physical car? Yes, these are data from real physical drives recorded as a vehicle drives. Yeah, cool, super interesting. Let's move to the problem. I did not solve the Yandex Cup qualification this year. I only know the descriptions. Please tell me, what would I see during the qualification in the problems? How do we formulate the problems? We wanted contestants to teach the model to generate images from various cameras based on the vector description of the stage, and we gave them one GTA camera as a control. This is how it looked like. This is a picture of our structural description. Here we detect 3D boxes where other vehicles and pedestrians are. We also gave a vector map with coordinates of lanes, vector lines. We also gave the parameters of vector cameras for participants, for contestants to be able to build link between 3D coordinates of the world and the cameras. And one of the cameras, a rear right camera, gave the ambient environment for being able to have some fun during the play. The output was 6 images from various points, various angles. So one is GTA entrance and other coordinated with it generated. Cool. So it's like the vegetation and clouds were simply reproduced from the image from the sample camera, because it's the only input which is not a part of the box that you obtained from sensors. Okay, next I'm giving a lot of questions about metrics. What else should have happened there? We tried to achieve some concrete result. It should have been similar to real things. Yeah, the metrics was complex. It was a balance of 4 metrics. We, first of all, evaluated the realism and the quality. We used some pre-trained models that used in benches to evaluate generation of images and video. This metrics had a problem. Some very nice images did not match the style of our real data, but they scored well. So the second thing was style consistency. We wanted 5 generated images to match each the GD picture in terms of style and metrics. There was control to check that the vehicles and the car are painted in the same places. The matrices were compared by segmentation between GT and generated, but only in terms of input objects. And the last matrix is 3D consistency, the most complex one. We evaluated how consistent images generated are between each other. Like, imagine a vehicle capture it from various angles, from two cameras, the same car, the same color. Yes, the vehicle could be at the edge of the image, and we recovered reader projection, and we needed to make sure that points are matching in 3D. What was in the baseline? We prepared data sets. There were about 2,000 scenes from real drives, and baseline solutions were provided. Let me tell you about the baseline solutions. Right now, in the diffusions, there is a text-image model of diffusion, which looks like this. There are two main components here. VAE, that translates a picture to a latent environment, and at the level of a latent environment, there is a diffusion model that models it. Almost all works on diffusion use transformer architectures, and as a control, what is used there? Text description of what should be generated, and this text description is run through cross-attention of the diffusion model, of the block of the diffusion model. We took the general idea, the widely used idea, but instead of the text, we have been adding B-box controls and camera parameters. We have morphed them through encoders, and through cross-attention we have given due account to it. In a concrete problem, text image, we need to forecast a particular image. Here it's more difficult. We need 6 images, which must be consistent and same. And there is a GT image that needs consideration as well. We are giving GT image too. There were simple ideas how to modify 3 transformer blocks, like self-attention is a single image. We decided to evaluate self-attention from all cameras and GT picture to be concatenated with noise images. Here are the examples, what we ended up with, the results of baseline. Nice generations you see here. Clear what's happening, some consistency. Realism is not 100%. Sometimes vehicles were decomposed. We didn't have any map in the input, especially if there are not many cars and the model fails to understand where the road is. The background could fall apart, but it's clear that some vehicles are being painted, drawn. There is still room for improvement. Interesting result, nevertheless. So it was better than... were you surprised by any solutions? What was the top 1 solution? It was good. We did not compare it with our Prot solution because the setup is different. Because we do not condition at a particular image, generations could vary. But the results of the top 1 solution is very decent. Other interesting things, a participant has added an additional control. They used 3D box and vector map to render the map of segmentation and the map of depth, what we measured in the metrics. They added additional images through additional channel, full pipelines, VAE and diffusion, additional training, and the result was good. This is an example of how it looked like. Input image, was it 360? It was 360, only based on the vector description, where we had 3 boxes and maps. Such maps were built that match a real image very well. Very similar. And the most interesting thing, the results. You see it's much better, much more realistic. If you don't know where the GT image is, you probably never find it. Impressive. Yeah, they did well, the contestants. How much time did they have during the qualification? Like, not how much time they allocated. It's implied that it's 40 hours a week. A total of, they had 3 weeks It was difficult, but they did well. The knowledge of the domain is crucial here. It defines whether or not you need additional result. I think, nevertheless, the result is impressive. Thank you. Great problem for the qualification. I believe many will come back to this problem for fun. Thank you for being in the jury, and we will come back in several minutes with the next case. Hello, everyone. Let's talk about our qualification in Yandex Cup. We have here Kirill and Sergey. They are the authors of the problems for the qualification and the finals. They are working with me in autonomous vehicles. Both of them have some competitive background in ML contests, including organizing contests. I will give the floor to them to tell about this work. Kirill, what do you do for ML contests? I have participated not in solving in terms of contests. I directly made it to preparing such contests. We did an international Olympiad contest for machine learning. School children came from 60 or 70 countries. The format was similar and we solved various problems. We tried to make them interesting. There were many things on the overlap, matching what we are doing today. Yeah, in fact, in the finals of Yandex Cups, we were guided by the International AI Olympiad for School Children. They have come up with the format for ML contests. It's 6 hours. It's 5 hours for our contest, but the rules are similar. Sergey, tell us about your background. For the last 8 years, I've been dealing a lot with contests. I did a lot of Kaggle problems, so I have experience, but it's the first time I'm acting as an author of problems. Nice experience. Beyond the experience, what are your impressions? What's the feeling? You've solved a lot. Every time you solve and then you look back, you think that you could do better and you can express yourself. How do you like the process of inventing a problem, designing a problem? I'm taking two angles of view. How participants could solve it. I am trying to do it interesting for them. Requiring non-standard solutions. And how do you like the idea? How did you come up with the idea of one of the problems for the finals? It was a lot of pain. There were many ideas in my head, not fully formulated, and I wanted to make it fun, make it visual, not only skill demanding. I thought a lot, and the idea came to me when I climbed the stairs at my home. When you move, when you walk, many ideas come. Yeah, that's true. We'll talk later about the problems of the finals, and now I would like to delve into what we have reimagined, redesigned. We updated our infrastructure. Now contestants can submit their models and code inference. This way we could make the metrics more complex. We are running models on our servers. They cannot make datasets locally to submit it. We use language models to complicate metrics that evaluate the participants. This way, the problems were made closer to the production. That's the first thing. Secondly, right now it's the age of language models, and if we only give participants a data set where you can prevail, it could be sent to services. We needed to mitigate it, and our servers gave us some room to play with the format. Sergey, please tell us how suitable this format is today, how accepted it is at top platforms. This format is a go-between now, is transient. It's close to the previous Yandex Cup. The submit format, many participants didn't like, but I think we are moving in the right direction because it is up to date, the format, and people are still applying for participation. There are many submissions. I think people love that format. I think we will develop in this direction and make everything better, and our contest will be a super one. Yeah, that's right. Probably it's the first time we have run such a platform, and I think it will be more reliable, more suitable, more convenient for participants. And we have twice as much contestants as last year in the qualification. In this regard, we decided to invite more participants to the finals and make a more competitive setup in the ML track. A bit more details. Let's discuss, I don't know. In this sense, we have attracted new contestants because we were able to delve into more popular domains for problems. Sergey, also based on your experience of participating in contests, what evaluation would you give? First of all, they are relevant, they are topical, they are like taken directly from the prod, they are useful for developing the industry as a whole. But I would like to emphasize one thing: the threshold of entrance turned out to be quite high, and participants suffer from not being able to use their own resources to train. This is a problem, but the ML industry develops rapidly, and it's a difficult process. So we need to keep up with the pace, and we give the problems that are relevant, that, of course, require a lot of resources. That's the case. Yeah, in this sense, Yandex, a platform, maybe lags behind Kaggle, which is at top. We have been learning what they are doing, and we are trying to keep up with them. Let's try to analyze some cases in the qualification. Nastya, before us, have already analyzed the most difficult case guys have dealt with. Kirill, let's proceed with the language model problems. Okay, I will tell you about a problem that was in the qualification about LLM. What I like here in our contest is that our problems are very diverse, and LLMs are usually suitable for all problems, but it was only 1/3 in this case. The problem was about hallucinations. So we know that language models, the language models we use, at the point of learning something new, they don't like telling I don't know it. They make something up. When you ask them what's the capital of France, they say Paris. Whereas when you ask them which shawarma is better in Biskutnikova, they won't tell you I don't know. They will make 5 things up. This is a topical problem that is there in Alisa and in other language models, and we proposed our contestants to solve it in the format suitable in 3 weeks. Respectively, how did we do it? We had something more difficult than simple questions and answers. There were repetitions, triple repetitions of questions and answers, and some questions were provocative that were impossible to answer. I will give you an example. Which company does robot delivery in Moscow? The answer could be Yandex or different. The question would be also different when you ask what's the largest robot delivery company in Moscow. And the question 3 was also formulated differently, but the answer should have been same or similar. In essence, it had to be same, and we judged based on whether or not the answer is similar, and the points were allocated respectively. But there were stupid questions as well, tricky questions. One of my favorite questions: which year did Van Wezen write the Водоросль novel? The right question is there is no such novel called Водоросль, because the actual novel is Недоросль. Our data set was made from such a mix of questions. The participants didn't see it. The data set we tested things on were 1200. It's not suitable in the internet. It was specially prepared by editors. People spent a lot of time to come up with tricky questions, and this way we were able to check whether or not a model finds an answer and not just memorizes it. Our expectations and realities. First, attempts to write correct requests. There were many things achieved in this regard. There are many Chinese models today with open code. But problems for Russian language, particularly this one, it was a surprise for us. It's not like we tried to directly promote Yandex GPT, but it turned out that Yandex GPT is good in solving these problems. There are other models as well, like Saiga, which are trained in Russian knowledge, in the knowledge of Russia, Russian life, Russian culture. It was possible to train the model on Wikipedia by your own, but it was more difficult, and 3 weeks were probably not enough for that. And one should not have expected a great result from it. But this was the problem. May I add one thing about that problem? First of all, the participants were limited in the size of models they could submit, like it was 15 GB maximum. So it's like 4 billion or 8 billion in quantization. Quantum requests are better for large models, not small models. On one hand, it could be a challenge. On the other hand, probably a larger horizon was needed to be able to apply larger models. Second thing, interesting one. Some experienced participants like the setup of complex problems. The problems for contestants were solved to reach the finals, to make it to the leaderboard with considerable efforts. Maybe they wanted to spend less efforts compared with the final tour, where there are prizes. And in some regard, they approached. It was competitive, but many participants did not go through long trainings. So it were only the most experienced who made it to the tops. Let's move to the next problem, probably. Sergey. So the second problem was captioning an image. We wanted contestants to send us a model that could read drawings in physics and mathematics. So all the obvious facts in the drawing to be able to be interpreted and output, but we could not make it in such a format because generative responses are very complex. In the geometric drawing, there are so many variations, which one parallel to which, that no LLM is able to judge a solution and tell whether or not it's correct or whether one of the statements is wrong, which is why we have run this problem as a question and answer format. The dataset was small, relatively small. There were a few problems. The limitations were roughly similar as those with LLM. The models were in average 4B. No one tried to upload larger quantized models. For the metrics, What did we use? So we took this as a multi-class 1 micro problem, but we removed the questions where the model of participant gave more answers that there are. In fact, we didn't want this to be reverse engineered. We wanted the model to find what is correct, what is closer to the initial formulation of the problem. Here are several problems. You can see that pictures are full of noise. Some questions could be very difficult, like problems about electric schemes, if you remember school physics, and how elements could be consecutive or parallel. We wanted these problems to be not very difficult for the model. We used Gemini for marking it composed both questions and answer options. During the markup, it turned out that it sees details very well, even the ones that I don't see in my eyeglasses, because these images are very low resolution. But Gemini has a very good vision and sometimes interpret and try to suggest things that are not at the drawing but are implied, which is why we had to check after it. The data set was entirely manual. All the questions were checked for truth, and the great insight about Gemini is its inability to count cells in the board. The questions were diverse: hydrostatics, optics, electricity, mechanics. Geometry was limited by planimetry. In planimetry, there are a lot of topics, and not all of them could be grasped during one activity. The problems: generative format or question and answer. We decided to make it question and answer because it's much easier to score. We needed to score participants, contestants' works. There were many problems with duplicating images. Our resource was limited for images, and it was difficult to find them on our own, which is why we decided to leave it as a challenge to contestants. We didn't give them a training data set. We considered they well gathered the data set on their own, and there were several options to do it cheaply without attracting considerable resources. And it would be interesting for participants to collect a data set. However, contestants didn't want to gather a data set. Probably it's related with the format of our competition, because it's a qualification that does not give any prizes, and participants wanted to save efforts. They only did what's sufficient to make it to the finals, and they limited themselves with more obvious steps, and this is a winning solution that blended several prompts to the same model. How did it do? It used with calculations. There are 5 questions to the model, which looks into several aspects, and we counted how frequent were the victories of A, B, C, D, and E. I liked one of the solutions by a contestant very much, because there were so many hex per kilobyte code. Bias is mentioned a lot, a very beautiful solution. I marked it, and I have broken it down to steps with classifier and augmentation, and also there was a blending of Calypse and Quen that was used with other contestants with bias methods. There was also metastructural optimization that evaluated the possibility that all answers are correct or all answers are incorrect. Solution is good, well written, probably using an LLM. Looks very nice, commented well, very nice one. I was so happy to evaluate it. Well, the problem was born through the setup. Like Yandex has a data set where one of Yandex services is used to send or interpret an image, and the problem was similar as the previous. These are product requirements to multimodal and text models, multitask and text models. And for this problem, for the preparation, the understanding was that only Gemini does well with interpreting the drawings and the physics, even among the large models. And we used it as a basis for data sets. And this was the result, the output problem. Even though the contestants didn't run any large trains, they had to apply some creativity. Yeah, solutions were very diverse. More than one method was used, and the speed was high. 80% of questions were given a correct answer, which is a good result. Besides, in two problems, we didn't give any data set. The contestants had to mine data on their own. Even for the prompt outlook, probably they made their own eval that could be used as a metrics to evaluate prompts. The contestants had a limitation in terms of submit, not more than 4 submits a day per every problem. And in this regard, you cannot simply check and recheck and evaluate any solution. If you want to pick parameters, you will have to collect parameters, and contestants had a stack of ML setups to gather data, to make some metrics, and finalize their solution. Yeah, some contestants complained that their own progress in cross-validation didn't match the progress at the leaderboard, but between public and private, I don't think there is a checkup. The participants got what they saw. In the public, the fluctuation could be much higher. Let me specify for everyone. All solutions in ML problems along the whole contest are tested in the public by test data sets, and the contestants see a score on one set of data. In 3 weeks, they choose one of the best solutions through the public, and they use their last attempt to submit the solution that is tested in the closed private data set. One of the problems of ML contests is that the position of participants on public and private leaderboards could be much different. Either there is a change of dimension, or they are overfit to a data set, but more often than not, they are too concentrated on a single data set, and many are happy that positions have changed. We tried to choose correct distributions. Many participants complained that there were differences between public and private, but the difference was not too high. So in general, that was it. We ended with discussing qualifications. Nastya told us about sole driving problem. Kirill told us about language models. Sergey about multimodal language models. Let's talk about funnels. Please show us the leaderboard. What happens there? Do you think participants are close to the solution? At least they tried all the problems, and I think it's a very hot time. Seems like contestants tried their best in many problems, and for every problem, I think there is someone with a non-trivial solution. Of course, how much time have passed? 2.5, a little more than 2 hours have passed from the beginning. It's typical for such contests. The strongest solutions come up at the end, because participants experiment a lot, they ping parameters and approach, and for everything to stick up, you need some time. And at the end, you get strong solutions. Well, we see that many participants have submitted something. For many problems, the baselines have been overcome, as I see. We don't see well, but the leaderboard is progressing. As we see in the ML track, there could be differences from the algorithm, like it takes more time to prepare solutions, download models, prepare code, and do some fine-tune for the existing parameters. Do some analytics. It might take an hour of time or maybe more. You need to be able to optimize it. So cool solutions don't appear immediately, which is why the leaderboard updates slowly. Of course, you need strategies, choose which problems to start with. Oh, we see here participant screens. We don't see what they do, but I think they are prompting, they are vibe coding something. Fun things. We allowed vibe coding in the final tour. There is some problem that we don't want participants to use compute models for problem solving or services. We don't want ChatGPT to be used for direct solution like generating optional data, but we allowed vibe coding to accelerate the transfer from idea to implementation. Yeah, funny things. When we prepare problems, we solve those problems to evaluate how adequate it is, so that it's not like participants are sending it to ChatGPT and choosing the best solution. Some interesting things sometimes appear. I had some regular expressions in original codes, and some participants use regular expressions. It's a wrong approach. It will not earn you many things. If there is such a reference in the base solution, the ChatGPT will likely move in a particular direction. The general idea was to have two parts, with LLMs and with understanding what the participants do. This way, there are much more opportunities to realize certain things. In machine learning, there is more boiler code that you write every time and repeat and repeat. If we give an opportunity to use language models, they can focus on inventing a stronger solution. Yeah, it's like this. The final is a challenge for us. An ML contest for 5 hours is difficult because all the stages are so low. Training, evaluation, and boilerplate code that doesn't carry a lot of meaning. We try to accelerate all the stages for contestants to iterate on the finals. All evaluations for all problems are not more than 5 minutes, even though you need to evaluate great models, and contestants submit like 10 or 15 gigabyte models that require some fluency, agility, so we made them able to submit through the internal network to our runners. It happened very fast as possible. I use the word fast a lot of times, but indeed it was a great challenge. Let's see how successful we turn out to be. It was a great experience. This 5-hour contest, do you think it's a suitable thing to accelerate ML guys to benchmark them against each other? I thought about it a lot when I prepared benchmark solution. What would help me if I took part in such a format? What will help the contestants? You need to move your brains quickly here, which is not typical for me. And 5 hours is a very short period, which is why we try to simplify the path of contestants as compared to the baseline. By providing the most intuitive approaches that will enable contestants to start well. Yes, it's this way. Sergey poses very humble because he had some experience in algorithmic exercises maybe when he was a student, university student. There's a difficult thing here. ML contestants were long for a long time. Either this was a long contest or a hackathon, one-day hackathon for university students. One-day format has only appeared recently. The leaderboard format is rare. When the score of a leaderboard affects on a hackathon, usually in the hackathon, the presentation of the solution wins. With the leaderboard, the situation is rare, but it happens. In any case, it's 3 days. You had an experience with best school students. You have seen the results. In the international competition, it was 6 hours. Here it's 5. There is a practical reason that you cannot make people sit 12 hours straight. It's tiring. It's insufferable. So we try to make our problems the way it's possible to solve them in such a format, but it was difficult. We need to always calibrate the difficulty, trying to find the proper class of problems, and we need to make them interesting, absorbing, not just a basic checking of their skills demanded by the industry. We need to make this process interesting for the participants. Yeah. At the end, it's about bringing fun to contestants. Here are the contestants who will like to do it. This brings us to the break. After it, we will continue with analyzing the finals problems. Stay tuned.
Онлайн-возможность порешать задачу трека алгоритм уже завершена.
Online opportunity to resolve a track of algorithm has been finalized. So we start with our wonderful colleagues. So the competition has started. A few hours we are watching the competition, but there was nothing in the broadcasting because we were making it a big secret. So, in general, everything is being solved quite quickly. I should highlight that we tried to sort the difficulty levels of the tasks, but we couldn't do it very much. And it was the first time when there is a possibility to solve all the problems. But I think the difficulty is quite enough. What about the juniors? The juniors, of course, are weaker because they don't have such a gigantic experience, personal and team experience among adults. And I don't feel the same as Sasha. I think that it will not be solved and there will be a contest this year, quite fine this year, but in general it was quite interesting, exciting when Yulia Hosoko, one of the participants, she has solved 3 tasks in less than an hour. We thought that something is going wrongly, but it's an experience and we will see how it will go further. For those who are for the first time at our broadcastings, on competitive programming. It's the Yandex Cup. Thank you for watching us. It's one of the best competitions in the world of coding. And now we have a competitive coding event. It was born in 1970. We have 7 tasks at the moment. And we know that your judges sometimes make it more, sometimes less. This time it's 7. They have A to J words, and there is no sorting on difficulty, and you can see that D is the easiest one. And our task is quite standard. And we see the first 4 tasks that are considered as different level of difficulties. And usually the same amount of time is being spent here. But it's accessible for a lot of people at least, which is not bad. Some of the tasks were accessible to the members of the platform, and so they can solve them and to understand the rating. These are not the copy-paste of all the tasks, because the balance of difficulties are different, and the final cup, Yandex Final Cup, has a different one. And just as the solution, that would be a temporary solution, but we see that E is the most difficult one. A lot of people have solved this, but D1, E2, they felt a little bit more difficult. It's cool, difficult people react differently at different level of difficulty, and if there was something that they could solve and which was close to the solution, they were able to do that, and we took that into consideration. And it's important characteristics of this. G, on the other, no, I'm sorry, E1. E1 is separated to different tasks of one common one, and in general we were expecting that they will be solved. And we could do that, isn't it? And yes, it was quite good. What we had in track and rhythm at the highest level, I think there were some important changes this year. Out of 3 stages, we have switched to 2 stages. So from the qualification, we determine who should go to the final. How do you think it affected the participants of the final? How it affected the track of algorithms? It didn't affect in no way, but I want to go back to the 3 stages, because this year it was an emergency situation, I would say. It was something that we had to do. But of course, to the track algorithm, we didn't see a lot of changes, a lot of influence, but we had to add some changes to make sure that the people, the guys that go to the finals, that they would be qualified in a fair and transparent way. All the final participants, the finalists, they should have been more, but it's December and people have different immunities, so some of them were ill and couldn't come, and we have 40 participants and one of the main track and one of the track among the workers, and we also follow them. We also follow what they are doing. At the moment, we see proctoring as well, and in general, these 3 stages, they were a good funnel to go from one stage to another one. So one out of a few thousand, we had to choose 10 adult, 10 juniors, and 10 workers. And according to what we think, it might be disappointing for the people who couldn't make it to the finals. Yes, it was also a difficulty regarding the choice of the tasks themselves, because we could, at different stages, focus on different participants, and in some cases we can see that it should be interesting for all, and it should be also competitive, so people would compete. During qualification, it was 400 or 200. You mean half finals? Yes, yes. During half finals, it was something like that, and we were trying to make a problem set that would make it possible for the participant to read the task and to understand what's going on. And we didn't plan it as a part of the competition. All right, in this regard, I think it's quite interesting, because the context of the competition affects what kind of tasks would be there. Also, one of the references out of which participants made it to the final. There are some participants who don't have a baby icon. It means that they are experienced, and some of them participated previously in different, and some of them are also participating in the preparation of the tasks. Yes, those are people who are preparing difficult questions, difficult tasks. At the moment, we see on the screen of our participants what they are doing. It's a nice, dynamic situation. Yu Hosaka, she is now working on the issue, and after we had all the bloody situation with the task A, and now she is solving another one. And at some point, after 10 minutes of the beginning of the competition, we saw that 5 out of 6 tasks in different tracks, everyone has only zeros, and it was quite suspicious. Many participants were participating not for the first times, not for the first time, and then Yui got 3 points, and everyone understood that everything is fine, and we can see a task that she has solved the quickest, and we have also F, which she has resolved the first. She is on the 3rd place because the competition is quite strong, and at the first is Kevin San at the moment. He has 50 points, and this is quite serious. Not to become the winner without doing anything, but at least to have an awarding place. And who is the second? Chun Huan is the second, and probably it's a wild card. It's a wild card because if we are speaking about Kevin San and Yu Hosaka, they have won many different competitions and also participated in the Yandex Cup. I think in 2013 you participated. When you have 10 years of experience of participation in Yandex Cup, of course we expect a cool performance. Kevin can do it also well. Also, the first to solve is 10 points on E, task E. Others got only 5 points. There were a few that got a few points, and you have already solved it. This is his situation of Kevin San. And here you see the dynamics of the competition. First, you see how much time was spent to understand the tasks. He, after this period of understanding, has started solving them efficiently. And we would say that it's quite same on difficulty. It increases with in difficulty, but it's not like some of them is very easy and the other one is very difficult. And we can see that we also got 50 points as Kevin. Sometimes during this, people are being tried to be confused with the points and so on. And what's the situation in Yandex Cup? In Yandex Cup, we have for the 3rd year the same rules. There are no fines for different timing. First, we consider the time that increased the points. And the time when these points increased is an important time. If there is a tie, we will use it as tiebreaker. Who made it better? Yes, so Yui is a little bit below Kevin because he has solved some things quicker. Yes? Yes, I think that it is a very convenient method. trying to calculate fines when there are subtasks, it's even more confusing, I think. But as a person who explains this for 4 times, how the fine time is determined ICPC, I think it's quite complicated, and I think the last time of green submit is important, and it's very understandable. So I think if we look at the screen, we can see that there is a group, 2 people with 50 points, and Chuchu Huan has 45 points. Only he has that, nobody else. And also there's a group of people who have 40 points, and they have solved 4 tasks completely. So you mean the 3rd place, yes? Yes, 5 points for E, for the task E. Yes, actually subtasks there are quite independent, and probably he will spend some time to solve the 2nd part. Yes, that's the case. Yui has spent 30 minutes to go from one point to another, and she is very experienced. Yes, it's difficult, it's competitive. That's what we have planned. We have a group of 5 people who has 40 points at the moment. Yegor is one of them. It's quite typical setup at the moment, what's going on. On the left, we have 4 separate tasks, separate files. And thanks to Yehor for a very big size of the code, so I can see what's happening. Yes, after the finals, actually, we will put these tasks to the archive, which are on the page of Yandex Cup, and everyone can see them. They can see what was going on, and they can see the tasks as well. And one of the tasks that we are expecting the solution for, I will not say which one, but we are very interested what's going to happen. And Andrew, he is on the screen. He has a very small font size, and he, I think, is also quite successful, the good competitor for Kevin, and they are in the same team, but it's a good example of how to create a good balance of knowledge when you're working in a team, and what happens when you're individually participating in the competitions. And I think that it is similar to the team of judges when you have to cover weak sides of each other, but at the same time you should have an individual approach to the evaluation of the tasks. Andrew is the first one who in 10-15 minutes have solved some tasks. Yes, he's a very experienced guy. Yes. Now Maxim Gorokhovsky, he's already Yandex staff, and you can see the 27 points, and it's not much, but 7 is for the A. And you can see his last submit 5 minutes ago. He was able to reach some points on A, on the task A. I think in the juniors there is also one person. Yes, we will speak about him later, but to have any results on the A task, task A, is already saying us that he is quite successful. What would you tell me about the process of preparation of the tasks? How you were preparing the team this year? Who is among the judges? Maybe we can say hello to them. We have Yandex workers who participate not for the first year, just as me. Also, there are guys who are not such legends in our communities, and those are the guys who I teach and ask them to participate. And also, there are some guys who are quite known personas in our community. Maybe you should tell us about the members. Maybe some. I will not touch upon all judges. We have a mixed team in the format that we have the author and developers of the tasks, and sometimes they are at the same level. Yes, I'm not trying to range anyone. Yes, I'm not grading anyone. In global, they're saying there are guys Yandexoids and who participated in CPC finals this year, and also guys who participated in CPC finals in 2023 and were champions, and the guys who were at the finals of CPC and also came back as champions. Yes, these are coincidences. Yes, a bit. And I think that it's not only in the quality of the participants, of the workers, but also in the quality of the preparation. Yes, there are some guys who participated and became champions. They also prepared the contents. Leonia, his teammate, also prepared the tasks, author of which was Sasha Babin. And Fedzian Mashov, he's also in the hall. He is at the moment trying to solve these tasks. Yes, the tasks were prepared by two champions. One developed it, and one is the author. So sometimes I think being a judge, it's sometimes making a situation where you have to consider who is better, and it's not always an easy task. Let's see the screen of Maxim Kravchenko. He has the second result among all juniors. He has 23 points, and the main coolest part is that he has solved A completely, and he has 10 points on task A. And at the moment we look at the joint table of results. This is a list of all the participants of all three tracks, those who have been elected, the adults, juniors, and the workers. But the participants themselves, they see only the table with their group. If we consider what the juniors see only this, magic. And in this table, especially at the beginning of the contest, I think that Maxim Kravchenko thought about that that A should be solved for the full point, 10 points. Sometimes people start with one task and they use it as a classical contest, as whether there is a point for the task or not. How much time do we have left? Just a little bit more than 2 hours. Maybe some of them tried to use some tactics. Maybe they were looking for the free scores, 3 points. Yes, also Maxim is the participant, one of the participants at the All Russia School Student Olympiads, but they also were champions in the Moscow Olympiads. They brought me the cup. I put it behind my back in my room, and everyone looks at it now. Yes, we expect from Maxim and from Sergei that they, despite that they see the table of the results, they would make a mistake. They will believe that the results are like this, that C and D, they can be done, can be solved by them, and they can take 20 points. For Maxim Kravchenko, it will mean that he will have not 23, but 43 points, which make him among top 5. I think we have the top 5 has changed because Benjamin Chi has submitted for a problem for 5 points, and now he's also in the group of 45 points. Everything is changing quite rapidly. Yes, we had an open table of results, and Benjamin separately wrote and asked for the list of whom he will be competing this year. Do you think that it's important who you compete with, and not only the tasks? I think no. I think yes. So I think that the community of competitive programming is smaller than we think of it, and the coders made us get used to the tops, and there are some people who you refer to. If you come to a contest with someone, and you participate with someone in the same contest, you feel like you were the best. It's an overhype. I became better. You were better at the contest than someone. I think that it's a good point when you look at the results of what has happened. But before the beginning, I think you should consider competing only yourself. Yes, but when you come to the contest, of course, you should consider and concentrate on the tasks and on your solutions. But when you go to the final and when you're qualified for the final, you want strong competitors to make sure it would be interesting not only to compete on points, but also to be ready on different sub-tasks about some groups to make sure that you will be quicker in something, but another person, your competitor, who you respect very much, and maybe you want to become like him or her at some issues, but you made it better, you solved it better, and he or she solved it worse. So it motivates you and makes you feel better about yourself. Before and after, of course, it's very interesting to analyze this situation and motivate yourself. Before, I think I wouldn't like to think about it. I have less experience on this, of course. But I think it's also important to know who will be participating in the final of Yandex Cup to make sure with whom you will be networking and having fun together. Because whether it's cup, championship, or whatever, and we see Gimran Abdulin at the moment on the screen, and we see that Gimran has detected the easy tasks, and last year he was a participant of the junior track, and now he has moved forward, and in the track of in the main track he is also taking his important place. I think Peter is also an important participant who won the junior track last year. This year he didn't want to go to the algorithm track. He is now in the backend track. Yes, you should diversify your knowledge, and in the table of the results we can see in many areas that you shouldn't use just one path or the path that's known by everyone, but you should do on your own path, and maybe you will prepare something new. Thank you very much. We'll come back in a few minutes, and we will be speaking about the tasks, but we will allow you to see what's going on in the real time. And also there is a system test for the championship at Code Forces, which used also the track algorithm Yandex Cup tasks, and we know that the winner was able to solve, if I understand it correctly, 3 tasks, and it's Kevin 11, 14, 5, 14, and there are some people who didn't come here physically but are still participating online. To guess the difficulty of the task is one of the most difficult tasks that our judges are trying to solve, and Kirill is also here. This year it was very important. It was decisive in the process. How this task is being called here. The task is called Mosaic Tree. It's all about the mosaics in this contest, and I can explain you the conditions. A master has n elements or n number of mosaics, and you have a mask that we are trying to achieve. What is the mask? We want to create a tree. We want to have some connections in this. So we consider a color, X color, and we consider what's the exponential of it, and we are trying to determine color for each of it. So we have to say what are the different, what's the number of variants that we can have for such trees in different colors. So there are 2 subgroups, one with the n number of colors, the second is the limitations. So one is 3 and another one is 7 points. I can speak about the solution already. So in both of the cases, it's useful to know the code of the Clipper. What does it mean? It's a method to write down a tree as a sequence. For example, we have 6 tops. You can create it out of a series of n-2, for example, pi, and it has limitations of 1 to 4 inclusively. So for the tree on the left, what are we doing? We iteratively consider a top which has a connection with the smaller. We consider a top with which has 1 connection, and here, for example, we consider 2. We delete it, and we write it down which is on the other side. 4, the same for 2, the same for 3. So it's 4, 4, and 4. Then we delete 4, and we write down it as 5, and then we delete 5. So we have a sequence of n-2. So an interesting feature is that we have a connection between all of these, and also another interesting feature is that we have top 4 here, and at the beginning it's 4. If you put it through the code of Prefer, then you can see degree 4 equal to number of entrants to this code of Prefer of 4 plus 1. So if we want to have, for some colors, to have some mask I, what do we need? We need it to be summarize the number of entrances of some V into the code of Prefer, and also the number of the tops of the color of I, for example, this color. And also we have here the color square root I, and it will be all in mod 2. This is the condition that we should meet to make sure the mask is implemented. And there is a series of many different difficult formulas, so I will not be writing all of them down, but I can say that we have such an answer where we have multiplication of the series of such a format. It's actually plus minus 1 to the power of n. So we put epsilon I and write, just a second, and write to the power of Q mask, and also this part to the power of n-2. This is the formula that we have at the end. At the beginning, it's each color separately, because each color can be divided separately, and there is a formula regarding this. It can be simplified, and we can consider only some masks of -1s, I mean epsilons of -1s. So multiplication to the power of mask I, and this is the left side, and also we have the right side. If it's -1, then it would be n-2 sum of Ti, and below that we write epsilon I is equal to -1. And then what we are trying to do, we want all these epsilon sequences to be grouped by the epsilon ones. So if we do so, our formula will be as the right side will be simplified. 1/2 to the power of m n-2k to the power of n-2, and here
I might be mistaken slightly, however. Is it true that in reality the difference between a 10-point and 3-point problem is that you know the approach in advance with the codes and you simply don't spend time on less optimal solutions? The first sub-problem is easier to solve. You know the preferred codes. MDP for mass is simpler, but you can just come up with it, design it in the full task. You need to know alternative solutions. In the online, maybe that turned out to be the dividing criteria. Who knew more obtained more points, right? If you know prefers code and that you know that you pass from there 2 iterations through all possible trees, the thing is simplified. You hardly can conceive such a fundamental approach during a contest. Yeah, interesting, and maybe that explains partly why our juniors show certain performance when solving this problem, despite most leaders, as far as I understand in the table, like top 10, have submitted 100%, have obtained 100%. Almost no juniors cracked this problem, mainly because it's not one of the algorithms or approaches that are explained in schools during the Olympiad preparations. If one of them were familiar, maybe it could be different. In this problem, it's desired to move to a polynomial of such format. Ith mask I. A coefficient in here as well. If we open all the parentheses, we will get several options, different options of getting a certain weight with the sum of CNTs. And if we take a set of binomials and multiply them among, then the answer to the source problem will have the following format. We take coefficients and multiply them by n minus 2k to the power of n minus 2. In general, the problem with current limitations is possible for the multiplication of binomials. We could write it quicker, but we did not elevate it. Everything seems pretty clear, self-explanatory here. It's clear how to do the modules and how to divide. In general, the problem is the first idea is to move to preferred codes, write down the formula, and the second is to switch to polynomials inside the formula. There is such a thing. We need to choose the epsilons with the sum on CNTs set by unities. How large is the volume of the solution? It's not at all. If you understand the idea, it's 20 or 30 lines for this complexity. Maybe quicker, FFT, ST divided, etc., etc. In the result tables, there are not many changes. Kevin's son could gain more points with the A task. And again, solo lead, 52 problems, 50 solved problems, 3 next. Participants Riko Kawasaki, a colleague from the Japanese delegation, joins to the 50, and Benjamin Chie has also gained 50 points. Now we have solutions for A. So Kawasaki and Benjamin Chi have solved it with 10 points. So the authors team will not be disappointed with contestants' performance. Yeah, in the beginning, we didn't even expect that there will be few solutions. We started with D. The participants still have chances to fix everything. Thank you very much for jurying and for making problems. I know that online there are many people that this was in the round of Cody forces. We hope that other obscure approaches and algorithms from other problems will be of use the same way. Thank you very much. We will come up with the next case. We'll come back with the next case very soon. At the code force, it was crucial, and now we are moving to the problem, which is crucial at the final today. Tikhon and Ivan titled medalists and absolute champions of ICPC medals in life. Very nice people, very experienced authors of problems who have prepared hundreds of problems at Moscow Championships, and they are a part of Yandex Cup jury. Hello, how are you? Hello. You were the author of problems, developer? Yeah. The problem E, I proposed it. It's about the theory of numbers. My theory in general is that, my story is that I tried to make it to the finals, but I failed, which is why I tried to propose a problem. And that brought me to the finals. Many years ago, a person who made their choice to the organizer's team and did not regret about it. Okay, let's discuss problem E. I will try to explain it. There is a lot of numbers theory. Let's start from the essence of the problem. It's similar to classic interactive problems in sports programming. You imagine a number and you can make requests about the number. There will be some response and you need to know the number. You guess the number. Like you can ask, is the number is less than the settled or more than the settled, the set number? So you set a number x. Well, the first sub-problem. It's a number from 1 to 2 billion. What request can you send? You can tell the number of reference system of the notation, scale of notation. It will be from 2 to 2 to the power times 10 to the power of 9. And the sum in the notation scale, if the number is like 132 and we ask, we set b as 10, the sum of numbers will be 6 because at base 10, 1 plus 3 plus 2 is 6. Unfortunately, it's more difficult to bring other example, like let's take x equals 9 and the base is 2. 9 is written as 1001 in base 2. The sum of figures will be 2. 1 plus 0 plus 0 plus 1. The problem is, the goal is to guess the number x using several requests. I will add another detail. If it turns out that x is less than b, then it will be minus 1. Why was it done this way? If x is less than b, then in the b notation system, it only has one figure, and it will be x directly. It's not that the problem is simpler this way, but this formulation is needed for solution. Yeah, you could ask a very large number for this subproblem. Here, x and b could be same for a larger subproblem. The problem of the sum of number equaling x could not be. If you get the sum equaling 1, then it does not recover the number because it could be b squared, b cubed. But if it was -1, the base could be the maximum, like 2 times 10 to the power of 9, and get the number guessing by one request. Not very interesting. And here we hide the number. If it's less than the scale of notation, then the base. So it's more interesting. Simple numbers. You use numbers theory for the solution. Another notable thing, there are two subproblems. Imagine the number which is less than 2 times 10 to 9, and you only have 3 requests. There is a total of 3 requests, and you need to guess the number from 1 to 2 billion. If there weren't additional limitations, you could use 1 request. I will explain you why it's not horrible, why it's not frightening, even though too little information, it seems. Second subproblem, if the number is 4 times 10 to the power of 18, I don't even know the name of this number. In this case, you should use 4 requests. This subproblem is more simple than this one. There is more freedom of action when you have a larger number, but plus 1 request, as compared with the number within the limit of 2 billions with 3 requests. Why there are limited few requests and why is there limited information? If we request a number, imagine we take base 1 million, base equaling 10 to the power of 6. It's already a lot of information if the number is at least million. Then we will know that x is representable as 2 numbers like d1, d2 in base million. And we will already know their sum. That's already a lot of information. The problem is similar to the trick that we would have used, say, if there wasn't this -1 thing. The only thing that stops us from being too bold, from using a single request, from getting too much information, is this -1, because if our number is less than 1 million, we are not getting any information. We are only getting that it's less than 1 million. So the main idea here is divisibility sign that school children learn in grade 5. To check that the number is divisible by 9, you need to count its digits, some of its digits, and check if it's divisible by 9. That's the idea. When we check base 9 in system B at base B and get a response, we understand the remainder when the number is divided by b minus 1. The same thing could be used to solve this problem. Very briefly, I'll give you the idea without the details. This is the idea. And this is the second idea. Not very simple one. This problem could be solved if formulated theoretically with such a question formulated. Let's introduce a function fk. This is the maximum number with which numbers from 1 through fk could be distincted using k requests. f3 must be at least 3 times 10 to the power of 9, and f4 must be more than 4 to the power 4 times 10 to the power of 18. This way, this problem is solvable by Analyzing this function f, we can understand that this function grows very rapidly. I will give you some numbers here. f3 is a bit more than 2 times 10 to 9, roughly equal, which is why this problem is more complex. There is no gap here. And f of 4, if you calculate it, if you estimate it, it's roughly 10 to the power of 391. The gap is huge. Why didn't we give such a limit, 10 to 391? It would be long math, Python language or something else, and no new ideas, unlike 3, which is why we didn't demand any long arithmetics and made a simple subproblem. There are other simpler solutions for this subproblem, unlike the previous. This is more constructive. You don't think of the limit, what would be done with 3 requests. Exactly. This way you can differentiate contestants. There was a participant who succeeded with 4 requests and not with 3. I will not do a detailed theoretical analysis of this function, but I will say briefly. Another parameter is to be added there, the module of the remainder, because every moment we know a particular remainder in some modulo, and this module can be increased with remainder. Lida has guessed the solution that exactly this construct will happen. If we write down this function, I obtain such an association with Kirman function. If you look into how it's calculated using a strange, recurrent, rapidly growing scheme. As a result, even at 4, you get a huge, enormous number. Such a problem. Is there a lot of code? Not much code. You need to think more to estimate this f function using the recurrent rule, like 5 lines of code. But you need to understand how to calculate it, prove it for yourself, and the proof itself of the recurrent formula. And from this we get the solution. It's a set of requests, exactly. The problem is like to guess. You guess, and it doesn't matter how you do it. You need to introduce a function, understand how it's estimated, and learn how to guess a non-trivial thing to do. Cool. I think I've seen very old problems. There are few. They are popular, but there are problems where you need to guess something using limited requests below 1,000. Below 1,000 is not much. You need to reverse engineer a problem, understand how much you can guess given this request, and estimate it. So it's a sort of a dynamic programming type of problem already, where you need to understand what's the limit reachable given your limited number of requests, and then you turn it over again to guess. Right now there are only 2 participants, Kevin San and Yuri Osaka. They are at position 1 thanks to these additional points, and there are 5 points for Chunchun-Wan. I think that happens because this problem requires patience. With other problems, you want to submit them in the first place because you need to see a path towards the solution, and at one point you get a brilliant solution in your mind. So contest writers right now can spend a considerable time without the understanding where to move further. It's an exploration problem. Maybe you should use computer to sit and research. When I conceived this problem, I yielded other methods that used more requests, and then this solution came to my mind. I think there will be more people who will submit this, so it was conceivable, graspable by strong participants. There are many strong participants, but there are the strongest ones. Which problems did you take part in preparing? I made a horrible mistake. 2 horrible mistakes. I cooperated with very clever people to write SMC, as this is a common problem from juries this year. And second, I delivered most my tests to them. As a result, we are in the jury discussing the problems I wanted to propose, and I'm being asked, Denis, does he know these problems? Denis Mustafin, yes, and I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the history of correspondence, and turns out he knows. I don't think he remembers, but we can ask from him 1 week later. For some time, we discussed the idea to bring Denis to the jury, because at one point there were 3 problems by me at one point of discussion, and we are like A0. So it wouldn't have helped, as it turns out, because they were at the discussion of the half-final with Maxim Turevsky. So a lot of young champions are drawn to this process. This year, I don't have any problem that made it to the finals. We are a very close-knit community. Everyone talks to each other. You need to know well who knows what problems, who discusses what, very relevant data. When you deal with secure data, you need to make sure they only leak in the right direction. With Olympiads, everyone does well. I don't remember any cases of solving problems that were told to them by someone else. So everything done here is helped in preparing a problem which is at like less position, and this problem, it's a drop. It's the most difficult. No one has solved it, which is why we will not analyze it, this case, because in 3 hours, 40 minutes, as you understood, there are the best sports programmers in the world who didn't gain any points for it. Could you tell us what happens? This problem was given contestants. Why? If there are very clever participants with a lot of time left, they could dig it. This is a problem. You show this picture. If you didn't understand something, you go to the end and read the terms of this problem. Look the examples if you fail to understand. Look the statement of the problem. Where is it? It was in the statement of the problem. If you don't understand, look at the statement. But the picture is clear. Here there are boxes. In the centers of boxes, there are numbers. If there is a number, that means that there is a temple with that many roads that could lead there. At the crossroads, there are people. There are people somewhere and no people in other places. And you need to connect people and temples with roads. And you can only make the connections as it's written on the temple. So it's the first problem. You cannot give a random graph for the reasons that we will tell later. It's nice to draw and easy to debug. You draw and you understand what doesn't happen. If you were not made to do it, you would never have solved it using DFO, DFS, or anything. The problem is like the legend has been changed, so the goal is to minimize the components of linkedness, to have fewer schools of creativity. Kevin Sun gained 3 more points, if I can read it, for problem A. Now he has 60 points, and all 6 problems have solved. That's what he has to do in the last hour. The problem is simple for those who knows. What's obvious in this graph? If you have too many lines, too many ribs, you will have a forest with too many ribs. A graph without cycles. And in every temple, there is a limitation for the degree. This is a matroid and this is a matroid. What is a matroid? Matroid is a problem that is solvable with Zhatnik. When you have a matroid of a degree, you can simply take a rib until you get the needed degree. The matroid of forest. Matroid intersection problem. How horrible. The discrete mathematics course in ITMO 10 years ago, there was a matroid intersection problem, and I used these hands to guide this problem into the correct asymptotics. The only problem here of such a description is that you get a 4, n to 4. It's not horrible. Matroid problem is nice, is an honorable problem. Of course, certainly. The technique is clear, and you need to use it carefully. Olympiad goers usually have it, and those that don't go to Olympiads with access to soda codes, with books and manuals, they can do it with excessive time. Yes, finally, this is a problem with a lot of code. How much does it take to make an author solution? Yeah, hundreds of lines of code. With a template or without a template. I personally like another thing. Probably our viewers are familiar with only one matroid solution problems. A graph solution in the left, there is a limitation for degree, which is 1, and on the right, the limitation of degree, which is 1. You intersect 2, it's a matroid. Kuhn algorithm tried some DFSs in this problem. Matroids are nice, are pleasant, and you can intersect them with hands without diving deep. You write a lot of DFSs, and there you are. But most likely it will be degree 4. That enables you to improve a constant, or no. If you want to give the problem, you don't have to bring the entire theory to the context. It's soluble. And this n to 4, the overlap of matroids, was it assessed in any way? Of course. N to 100, it must reach that. The only problem, much like in any other task like this, you will have to do the JAT utilization, put many ribs, and hope for the best. Use Zhatnik. You can take a rib that doesn't make a cycle, and we use the rest. Without it, it's difficult to run through this. The last trick, we take a table. Let me draw an abstract table because this one is small. We divide it in 2. We solve the problem here, and the only one that is left is to check ribs that are between, because we've divided it this way and then we divide it this way. There is only n ribs if we take the size of the square. So we can solve 2 problems for shorter time and then finish the intersections. And this is the Kuhn solution. That's the overlap of matroids, right? Much like as in combinations, you can simply, if you have something, you will continue it by running DFSs over it. That depends on the number of ribs that you have to check. Yeah, it's the same here. So the general asymptotics is n cube, right? Yes, n cube. But you still need to apply efforts. You need to run the greedy algorithm. Even with this solution, you run the greedy algorithm. Yes, otherwise you cannot cut the n to 4 because there are two groups, n 100 and 500 without initialization. And cube goes to 100 with to 500, and to 4 doesn't go to 100 without initialization with constants. Do you think contestants can pass this problem? Well, Kevin, how much does Kevin have? He has 115. Well, I don't know.
He may have a template. Yes, so maybe it should be partially copied with the algorithm. So partial points will be earned by everyone, yes? I think he will do it. Probably Kevin doesn't even have to solve it, getting the maximum points. He has an opportunity because of the find time, and for him, the optimal move is to submit the subtask as soon as possible. If he does that, he will win. No, he's a sportive, competitive programmist. He didn't come here to optimize anything. He came here to win. You can win because you solved something quick. Yes, if Kevin will finalize it before everyone, we can give a spoiler. I think we will keep the drama, but we will give the spoilers too, because I'm here to give you all the information about the Yandex Cup. So these are the stakes of our judges. We are expecting that some participants will be able to get full score in the algorithm track. Thank you, and we will come back in a bit.
And welcome back to Yandex Cup. Algorithm track will be our point of discussion from now on. In this segment of the show, we will finally host in English because I have the two of the most wonderful guests. Yandex Cup is, as always, a great place to hang out with wonderful people. Contestants come here to spend time with the other top contestants, and I am here to spend time with my favorite people. Let me introduce to you Andrei Stankiewicz, in my life, a teacher, the person who actually taught me how to intersect matroids that we have just discussed a minute ago. So a professor in computer science for me, but also a leader of an educational program and a coach of ITMO University team. So welcome, Andrei. Very happy to have you here.
Hi, Lida.
And Elena Vladimirovna Andreeva, coach of double world champions from Moscow State University, as well as the person who leads, I think, basically all of the younger educational programs for talented kids. And we're not even talking about high school students anymore. I think that the earliest programs that you introduce are now starting with kids as early as 10 years old. This is absolutely amazing. So, in this segment, we'll just mostly follow the scoreboard and also talk more about our contestants. Because we clearly have different incredible groups of contestants here, including juniors. This is a very new project that has been introduced just last year, and I think it had an incredible success. Can you tell me a little bit about any of the junior algorithm track contestants this year? I have a scoreboard here, if that helps.
First of all, one of juniors, Maxim Kravchenko, was the first who solved the problem A. No one from the main contestant group solved this problem, and he was the first. We think that Maxim and some another people from junior group will be the in Russian team in IOI this year. So if the best Russian high school students gather in Yandex algorithm.
Are all four IUI team delegation members here today?
We don't know the Russian team because the selection will be in May.
Will the Yandex Cup be counted as one of the selection contests?
Maybe one additional person will be in the team, but another one are there.
Yeah, the actual selection will take place in May, and what we have here is Vladislav Zhiganov. He's already a gold medalist from IOI last year, yes. And we also see main candidates here actually, Sergei Mukhanov and Maxim Kravchenko, and maybe Matvey Makarov and Vladimir Zvezdin. They're all
in the top
of the short list, actually. Maybe some other students also. This is not finalized yet, and we also have Russian National Olympiad ahead. So the team will be selected in May. But yes, these are most probable candidates are here, all of them.
Are they all on their graduation year? Are they all in 11th grade?
No, some of them are in the 10th grade. Maxim is
10th grade. Okay.
Do you feel it is more important for performance, or it correlates better with performance, if you're older, or just if you have more years of competitive programming experience?
How many years he compete in algorithm?
What we actually see is that mostly students from the 11th grade qualify for IOI, but we have exceptions like Igor Lifar, I think, from the 7th grade.
Yes.
He was participating
Pretty
starting
wild.
from the 2nd grade, 7th grade, and
Gimran Abdulin from 9th
grade. Yes,
speaking of Gimran, we actually have him here.
Yes.
As I've already mentioned, the reason I'm always rooting for Gimran. If you ever have a chance to meet him, absolutely just talk to him, say Lydia says hi, and you will absolutely be in Gimran's fan club instantly. Not just because of his incredible performance, and he's been to IOI multiple times, and he advanced to algorithm track finals, which is not an easy thing whatsoever, but also he is such an incredibly warm and approachable person, and knows so many wonderful people that it will definitely come in handy. So, Gimran, that's for you when you finish with the contest.
But what we see here is that Gimran is actually under most of our high school students.
Priorities. You know, that's what happens when you get into university, and real life just catches up with you. I'm sure plenty of the people in the top of the scoreboard can relate, because I think it is also a quite interesting perspective. We do not really have many university students among our finalists. Well, not many, but very much not all of the main track finalists are university students. A significant amount of them are actually a very seasoned competitors. They have been competing in ICPC World Finals 5 to 10 years ago, and are still continuing their, senior competitive programming career.
Well, yes, but we see Maxim Turyevsky, who is the last year world champion. I think,
just recently retired.
Yeah, and we see Fedor Romashov, who is also world champion from 2 years ago. Yeah. So there
hopefully
are
also from
and he's a student now.
Yes, and he's still a student, so he can probably qualify this year again. But yes, I think many of the competitors are have actually graduated quite a while ago. Like, I don't know.
I think one of the reasons is there are a few contests for everyone in the world, so it's a good way to compete.
Do you think it is a pattern? It feels like 10 years ago, when we were looking at on-site, in-person programming competitions, like Top Coder Open or Google Code Jam, most of the contestants, I feel like, would be current university students, so during their competitive programming ICPC careers. And now it feels like it became more popular to do programming competitions when you graduate?
Well, what I feel is that it is that generation exactly that was participating in Top Coder, in Facebook Hacker Cup, and other competitions those years. Google, they got so much fun from doing so that they decided to stay, and the next generation, looking at them maybe, also decided to stay in the competitions, and that is why there are so many, as we call them, retired contestants, which are, of course, not actually retired, but just from the ICPC World Finals.
Yep. We're now looking at the screen of Maxim Terevsky. We had a screen and webcam of Fedor Romashov just a few minutes ago. And I mean, they're actively typing, so the work is still in progress. And I hope this means that they're enjoying this, that they would be with us for many more years to come.
Well, as we have just learned from our judges, the problems are really challenging this year. So even world champions and gold medalists from IOI have still to work on the problems. So we see Kevin's son is probably leading the whole time, yeah?
I think at the very beginning,
we
had some development, and Yui did extremely strong stint up to 1 hour mark, but then Kevin caught up.
Kevin, yes.
It's also pretty exciting to see a lot of international contestants here from the US, Japan, but it feels like we're missing the strongest contestants from China, for example, where we also know that the tradition of programming competitions is incredibly strong.
Yes, and that is the question, actually, maybe. I don't know. You know, China is very close from the outside, so was it really possible to participate in China? I don't know if, Yandex contest, is it really accessible from China? So, although Google, Facebook are not accessible from China, but there were a few contestants from China at Google and Facebook competitions, so probably just a lack of information, maybe.
Yes.
In the Chinese Programming Contest Society. Yeah.
One of the coolest things that we see here is we see a huge number of Japanese contestants as well. Yeah. And we know that this is thanks to the incredibly tightly knit community where everyone knows each other, and they are so always helpful to make sure that nobody forgets that you need to do the qualification, specifically for this season where actually performing good at qualification stage was so important. And this goes in line with how other competitions, including IOI and other outreach contests, are built. We're trying to make sure that there are more stages so that contestants that are just trying their hand with competitive programming, that are just beginning, have something to try.
It's questions to organizers, not to us.
Oh, absolutely. It's also just the best practices that you know that works in the world, because this is also how your middle school competitions are built. They are so welcoming to larger number of contestants, and even those who have not ever tried programming competitions before, because someone has to be first.
Next year, I will be more advertise this competition among Russian high school students.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that for high school students, they absolutely can advance to the final stage through the main track as well.
Oh, well, I wonder, because there are only high school students from Russia in the high school track.
Yes,
was it limited just to Russian students?
Yes, currently it is.
Oh yes, it was. So I see. Another thing that I wanted to mention is that some students actually who were quite good in competitive programming chose other tracks, not algorithm track, like backend track. We see some IOI medalists as well, Peter Losif, I think, there in backend track.
And I think Yakov Dlugach is also. Speaking of the retired contestants.
Like maybe we can see the backend score.
No, different tracks unfortunately would not have our
board, no?
our screens at least that handy. But definitely a lot of familiar names through all of the tracks.
Not even
which is
the
exciting.
scoreboard, no? Okay.
We'll try to bring it up in a minute.
Sure, great. Meanwhile, the other interesting thing about the competition is that, as far as I understand, that the competitors cannot use AI assistance during the competition.
Are you sure?
Depending on a track, but in algorithm track, they indeed are not allowed to
Not
use
allowed,
AI.
but
Yes.
are we sure that no one uses?
The question
all
about
the screens are proctored, so yes, we are.
The question about the qualification round, because it's quite a problem now for many competitions with online qualification rounds that some contestants choose to use large language models for solving problems without even thinking about them. And what about Yandex algorithm? Again, here the proctoring of the qualification round, or what?
Yes, the qualification round was proctored, which is clearly a huge additional technical difficulty and organizational difficulty for everyone on both sides, and for contestants and for organizers. And so I think the whole competitive programming community is basically looking for a way to solve the challenge of making sure that contestants implemented all the solutions manually without AI assistance, while still keeping the competition accessible. So inviting our contestants to participate from their home personal computers from anywhere in the world. Quite a difficult challenge, which I would like to invite everyone who watches our broadcast now to join in. If you have any cool ideas, please reach out, and we would be happy to join you into our research and development efforts in that direction.
Yeah, what would be funny, I think, is that with the current stage of AI development, probably AI could review proctoring.
That's exactly
videos.
what we do at all kinds of contests, both reviewing proctoring videos and trying to detect AI assistance in the code.
I mean AI could make a review.
Yeah. Both were absolutely used, and it is a fun, the defense versus offense evolution, co-evolution, where we just see that both sides are getting so much more advanced every year.
I think maybe 2 years later, we have no new contestants who can program without AI assistance. It will be the new problem for such kind of competition.
It is quite probable. It is quite probable. And now for the last update of this segment, let's look at the scoreboard for a few seconds because we have a few wonderful updates. We were talking about Fedor Ramashov and his incredible competitive programming career, and he actually went up to the 5th place, and he is now a part of the group with 50 points scored. So he will have to focus on problem E. We think about that. And then I think we also had improvements with our junior group. And I think Sergey is currently, Sergey also went up and is currently at 30 points, which is a great result to have as well. We also will not see any more verdicts of system test. Here on the bottom right, you see that the place that usually shows if the score changed is now completely empty, which means that the scoreboard is frozen, and we will only learn the results after the contest ends, which will make it so much more exciting. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to hang out with you. I hope that this also motivates everyone to either advance to Yandex Cup finals or propose problems, because it is just such a wonderful community to be part of. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome back for another segment of Yandex Cup algorithm track problem analysis. And now I'm joined by Leonid Danilevich, ICPC world champion. Actually, feels so nice to say it, as well as problem author and developer for problem A, as far as I know.
Well, not problem author. The problem is authored by Alexander Babin, but I'm the developer. Yeah.
Oh my God! What an impressive team of author and a developer, two world champions working side by side. Is it a complicated kind of work process where you both are so well titled?
I wouldn't say so. The idea is from Alexander Babin, but it's not like a collaboration between us. He just suggested the idea, and I managed to handle the details.
A perfect kind of teamwork, zero conflict. This is amazing. And also, you're one of the halves. So we've been calculating the number of pairs where you have one teammate competing in the final round and the other teammate being part of the jury team for the algorithm track, because Tikhon and Denis, as well as Babin and Romashov, and then you and Turmax. Which is a pretty cool match. No. I think it's a cool coincidence to have so many teammates on both sides of the road.
I wanted to say that Denis couldn't make it to the finals.
Yeah, but still, technically, a finalist and the problem setter.
Technically, yes.
Which is amazing. So you will be doing a problem discussion or description for problem A, which problem A turns out to be one of the more puzzling problems for our contestants today. It also feels like, in part, that's because on some other online platforms, problem A is always the easiest, and here it's probably one of the hardest ones.
It wasn't supposed to be so. The problem was supposed to be, I think, second easier problem, but something turned out to be wrong, and so it's a second hardest problem, I would say.
I'm sure everyone is just confused. Can you please explain the problem?
Okay, so the problem goes like follows. You are given a graph. You are given a graph with some nodes and some edges, and the graph is weighted. That is, there are some weights on the edges. Let me draw some example. Okay. Like this, this, and this. So the problem asks to find such a subset of the edges so that it consists of n-1 edge, but it doesn't form a spanning tree. That is, let me take this edge, this, and this, and okay, and this. Then we have 5 edges, and it's just the amount to form a spanning tree, but the spanning tree isn't formed. That is, there is an isolated vertex and there is a cycle. And we want to minimize the total sum of the weights of the edges we've taken, so that the set has minimal total weight.
It feels like it should be part of the very well-researched or well-known algorithms, because all the parts of the problem description feel like basic computer science theory that people learn in the first year.
Yes, it feels very basic, but this negation, they should not form a spanning tree, is very crucial. A minimum spanning tree is very well-known algorithm, but minimum subset of edges that do not form a spanning tree is like a funny thing. So you wouldn't naturally think of it.
Cool. What is the approach to the problem then?
Okay, so like in the usual minimum spanning tree problem, let's choose, let's sort the edges. Let's say that they have some weights, and consider n-1, okay, these dots are funny, n-1 minimum edges of them with weights w1 and so on, w n-1. If they already form a spanning tree, we are done. So, no, if they already do not form a spanning tree, we are done. So let's assume that they form a spanning tree, like some spanning tree, and then we want to somehow modify this tree to delete some edges from this and to add some edges from this, so that it would not be a spanning tree anymore, but the sum of weights is still as minimum as possible. It seems natural to take only one edge from here and only one edge from here. Let's fix this edge E we are adding. And now we should remove some edge from the spanning tree, like this or this, but not the edge that lies on this simple path from the endpoints of E. Because in case we are removing the edge from this simple path, it's still a tree, a spanning tree. So we need to find a maximum edge out of the given path that connects the endpoints of E, and it could be done in various ways. So this part of removing one edge and adding another could be handled relatively easy. And now the trickiest part of the problem is that there aren't many other ways to modify the tree. That is, it could be it could occur such that you need to modify it more. You need to add 2 edges and remove 2. Like I have an example, like this: 1, 1, 3, 3, 4, 4. I guess that would do it. So the spanning tree, the minimum edges are these, and they indeed form a spanning tree. But if we add any 4, let's say, well, if we add these 4, we can't even remove any edge so that it wouldn't form a tree, because it's a cycle. And if you add these 4, we could remove only once, and so we receive +3 to the total cost. But we can add these 4 and these 4 and remove this 3 and these 3.
Ooh.
And so we receive a cycle and only +2, which is better.
But multiple edge choices, so you cannot just change one.
So
this is very surprising.
So we need to choose choose 2 edges, but that's the only case. In fact, up to some isomorphisms, that's the only case we should consider.
Wow.
So we should only consider the case where we add 2 edges of the minimal weight, that is Wn and Wn +1, and we remove 2 edges of the maximum weight that are already in the spanning tree.
Cool. How stupid can we be? Like, what is the expected asymptotics of the problem? Can we just brute force all the pairs of edges to remove and to add?
Well, to brute force all the pairs, you need something O of m squared, and that wouldn't fit. The constraints are like big. The sum of n and m are up to 2 times 10 to the 5th. So it wouldn't fit. You can brute force only one edge, and you do it in this phase of the algorithm where you choose one edge E. But to remove 2 edges and add 2, you need to do something smarter. You need to notice that there are some specific edges, and you do not need to brute force all the possible pairs.
Cool. That is pretty awesome. I asked that question to every single jury member here. How long is the modal solution? Because I always complain that programming competitions now turned into math competitions and do not have enough typing. So I really like when problems actually have reasonably long solutions. What is the case with this problem?
If I remember correctly, it's rather short. Yeah, so it's like a mathematical problem. You need to find a maximum out of a given path for this case of single edge E. But it could be done in linear time with some clever precalculation. So I would say 100 of lines or so. And I guess it's rather short.
Well, still a reasonable amount.
It's interesting to note that initial solution that was actually proposed by Alexander was to somehow was to use clever data structures to try to take any pair of edges from here. Well, you cannot brute force all the pairs, but you can somehow handle this with data structures, and that would be awful. That would be many lines of code and many data structures.
I see. And then an elegant solution was proposed.
Yeah, and then
wonderful.
Elegant solution was found, and it's very beautiful. I think.
At the freeze time of the contest, we had 6 full solutions, which 6 sounds reasonable. It already means that this problem is like at worst 3rd in difficulty in a 7 problem set. So this is a better estimation on what the problem is. But also, as we've already mentioned, Maxim Kravchenko was the one to be the first to get 10 points for that problem. And he is famously a junior. Do you think there is a reason for this? Do you think that juniors, because they do not know all the like extra hard, complex algorithms and data structures, have the clarity of mind to just assume, or there needs to be basically one case to figure out?
Well, actually, I'm not sure that Maxim's solution is the intended one. I tried to read it, but it's rather long, and I gave up. But probably yes, I would believe that he has come up with this solution, probably some other heuristics, but that doesn't matter. If the solution contains no solution, then it's accepted.
Yep.
So yeah, probably most of the senior finalists were scared by the problem and moved to other, and then the scoreboard effect told them that it's very hard, but I don't think it's very hard.
There were also a lot of 0-point submissions at the very start of the contest. Have you looked at them? What were they trying to do?
I looked at some. Yeah, they were trying some heuristics, probably even taking n-1 edges of minimal weight. That's those edges, and then just doing something else, some shuffling, some exchanging, but that didn't work. So, well, the problem seems like you should guess some pattern of, well, taking these edges and then modifying the construction in a way.
Right.
And, well, it turned out that it was a bit hard to guess it.
Cool, cool. Thank you very much for joining us for the live stream. I think that so far out of the problems that we have discussed, I feel like this one is maybe one of the more approachable and visual ones, because the example of this graph is probably the only thing that any of those contestants actually need to be able to get it. And this is such a visual thing. Basically, the whole solution is just one very cute graph with 1, 1, 3, 3, 4, 4 kind of edges, which is incredibly amusing and is, as a lot of things in graph theory, is very elegant.
Yes, this example really helps a lot.
Wow, wow, well done. Thank you so much for joining us for the broadcast. Thank you for following the algorithm track. The contest will run for a little over half an hour more. We are currently 4 hours, 23 minutes in. But as results are frozen, there are no any other updates for us in the scoreboard. So we'll be giving the word back to our wonderful friends from machine learning track, who will cover the rest of the problems of their final round. Thank you, and stay tuned for the award ceremony.
Hello, guys. We're here back in our studio, and now we'll discuss how the final is going right now for ML track on Yandex Cup. So, guys, can you tell how it's going in your problems?
I think it's going pretty amazing. There are a lot of good submissions, and we're looking through what have submitted the contestants. Very interesting that for me that most competitive is younger competition.
Juniors.
Juniors. They're like really trying hard. Like all of them sending very nice solutions, and that's very exciting for me.
Yeah, I suppose the best score right now is junior score. Yeah, that's that's really wonderful and really inspiring, I think, for junior generation. All right, Sergey, can you add something? Like, you've seen some submissions of some of the participants.
Yeah, it goes very well because participants made some steps that we predicted that they will try. Yeah.
Did they make some unpredicted steps? in any of the problems.
They solved the task 3.
Yeah, on the maximum point.
Yeah,
right?
It's funny.
Yeah, for me it was very interesting because when guys tell about problem number 3, like, can you solve it at all? And then during the competition, it turned out the simplest problem, and the participant scores the maximum technically possible score.
Yeah, and by the way, yeah, it was a junior track. All right, so we can start with the tutorial of our problems for the final, and then I think we can watch the leaderboard and discuss a bit more. All right, let's start. Kirill, with you.
So yeah, we on the final we have 3 problems. We're gonna review them now. They was on the same structure like before. One LLM problem, one diffusion, and one VLM. Yeah, could you share the slides?
Yeah, can we show the presentation here, the slides? Yeah.
Yeah, and the first, it was related to robotics because we're all 3 from autonomous driving, but it was related to robotics only by the name. So, yeah. And so, can we have a presentation, please? Okay. Okay,
yeah.
Great.
Nice.
So it was the problem about searching for robots, but in text, and it was about LLMs, RAG, and reasoning models. So there is a pretty big corpus of words, of text, around 2 million words, and it's impossible to search directly because there are time limit 15 minutes. So you need to come up with something smarter. And moreover, you're searching for name of the robots, but the text itself is sci-fi stories. So there are some other unrelated robots that have other names, but you shouldn't take them. So you specifically need to search for delivery robots. For example was from very easy, like delivery robot name is Sirius. It's like very easy to detect, but then there are several layers of how it could be more harder. For example, you can say it's like navigation equipped courier bot, which is like not directly delivery robot, and then it also would be some like small riddle. For example, here is like name same as Earth's surface appears to meet the sky, which is like horizon. And also there was some parts that work with context of LLMs, which is not that huge for small models that they able to infer on the GPU. So we put it like 10,000 or 5,000 symbols away, and there was pointers. So they need somehow to compress this. And the last thing, there was some cues in different languages. For example, here is in Spanish, like referring to the Feynman. So yeah, and how they supposed to solve this? One of the approaches is just make the baseline better in all the imaginable aspects. For example, you can try to squeeze a bigger model, but in lower quantization.
Lower bit quantization,
yeah, in 4 bits. Also, you need a strong embedder because default in baseline just knew English, so you couldn't find Spanish with it, or Korean or Russian that was in the text. Also, you need to work with longer context. For example, you search for the cues, but then you're trying to wrap up with the full paragraph and also drop the non-necessary parts for the final one. And also you can play with reasoning, like try to say it, think more about riddles. And obviously you can tune all the different parts, like reasoning, prompts, and just optimize for perf, like using batching, etc. So I think that's pretty much the first task.
Maybe you can admit like any interesting participant solution. in this problem, or everyone?
I think most of the participants following this route, they also try a lot of tuning for the text on the public data set, but I'm not sure it's a optimal way because we use different text on private.
Yeah, we're gonna have another corpus.
Yeah, so we'll see how it will work for them. Yeah.
All right.
Sergey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we will talk about second task. The second task. Okay. The second task is a diffusion task. We proposed our participants to make a model that can generate some images with prompts, images on a black background, and mostly all prompts are simple objects like coffee pot, cat, dog, or something like this. And we have a complex metric to
evaluate
the score of the solution.
Yep.
Yeah. The main problem of this task is that diffusion models are not follow the instructions that we gave him, and it's really difficult to take a minimal image of some objects and well recognizable and beautiful, so on. So how we think that our participants should solve it?
Oh yeah, one more thing. Can you tell more about the metric? Like what like properties does it count of the solution?
The metric for this task is hidden, so we know only base facts that it takes in attention that it's recognizable image, beautiful image.
So it should follow the prompt, yeah, and it should be in some kind of beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, some kind of beautiful, symmetrical. It has minimal number of pixels because we have a big discard of score if you use a lot of pixels.
Yeah, that's very important. So the less pixels you use for your image, the better, basically.
So the task is something difficult, and that's why we prepared a very complex baseline. It has more than 1,000 lines of code. Yeah. And it has a rail part, reinforcement learning we used for parameter and prompt tuning for our task. Yeah. So we see now that participants improved rail part. They add some more rewards to our pipeline, and it gave them best score than
better score than our baseline.
Yeah, the after ones. So what we really can improve here, we can have a better reward, as I said, and we can deep into losses because the losses in this task are very counterintuitive. So if you try some metrics for symmetry of the image, you can be surprised because it can improve your score very much.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What kind of symmetry? Central symmetry. Yeah, it allows to have more.
It's just beautiful if
it's so
symmetric.
It's more beautiful if it's symmetric. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's hard for stable diffusion. It often moves the object in some corners. I don't know why it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and somebody fine-tuned Stable Diffusion 3 on this task.
Yeah.
So,
which one? Which solution is the best right now for?
The best solution has a more complex technique. It uses array for drawing pixel one by one with some rewards to follow the instruction, to follow the original prompt, and the full image generated by Stable Diffusion. And we have a lot of candidates that we can we choose from.
Is it the solution of one of the participants?
No.
It is your solution, the Waters one. All right.
But I made it more than 5 days, not hours.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. The next task is an attacking to a rack system. So we have some visual rack judge, maybe some rack model, and we have and we can give them an image to try to.
We need to add an image into the database so that the retrieval system will use it. Some questions.
The task is pretty much as follows. There is some request to the database of images, and it returns some like reference images. And the task is twofold. We need to make an attack adversarial. And first part of this attack, that this image should be picked better than other images for the search of any bird.
Yeah, so you need to attack the system by one image.
Yeah, by one image. It's very interesting because you need to use the same image for attack on different requests. And the second part that it should change the question, the answer of the question that's doing for the stuff. So it's kind of two-dimensional attack, and because of it, it's pretty hard to do. So
yeah. So we have a list of questions, and we need to change the answers for half of them, and for half of them they need to stay the same.
Yeah.
And we need to do it by spoiling the system with only one picture.
Image.
Yeah. So that the retrieval system will do will break. Yeah. And the generator system will not use the same answers. Okay. Let's continue.
Yeah. Can we share
the slides? Yeah.
Okay. Dataset has 50 samples. Half of them should be agreed with the image, and half of them should be inverted by our attack. And in this task, the train set is a test set. Because we need to change the image number 0, and that's all. The metric for this task is simple. We need to have a good success rate, so we need that more prompts will be attacked and returned the wrong results, and some of them should stay possible. Yeah, and for sure we need a low false positive rates. So we decrease the score by FPR if we make the model follow the wrong prompt. Yeah.
And so the false positive is about like changing the question that should not be changed. Yeah.
Yes.
How we suppose that participants will solve this task, and they really follow this guide. Yeah, we need to to manually manipulate the clip score. Yeah, so we will change images and take an account to losses. One of them is inverted clip score for the tasks that we need to broke.
Need to break, yeah.
Need to break. Yeah, and the another one that we should unchanged.
Should not change, like the answers to some questions. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a gradient manipulation to make model make our image. Can you help me?
Yeah, basically we need to make a gradient ascent to make the image like no to create such an image that optimizes the inverted loss.
Yeah.
For the whole system, for the whole metric.
Yeah.
The whole system is opened basically. Yeah.
Yes.
So we the participants have like the white box, the model, the dataset, the database, and they can make a white box attack just by doing gradient ascent for the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, idea is that it's only possible on the available because why it trying to optimize for many queries, and you don't need to fit very good each of them. You just need to be better than any other one. So you don't need to be faster than a beer. You need to be faster than your friend, kind of situation. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's like very interesting task, and one aspect is that there is no private test in this problem, only the public test, and they can see the final score pretty much for them.
Yeah.
But it makes task somehow simple.
Yeah, that's basically the maybe the easiest task appeared in our final tour. And I think that's fine. So yeah, the participants should have such a problem that they can solve.
To have such a task,
yeah, and like they can have like more confidence, like for the other problems. All right, so maybe we can see the leaderboard right now for ML track, and we'll see how everyone doing. Have you seen like any like the code of the solutions? So basically, everyone was doing the gradient ascent for the system, or not?
We don't know because we have only image, but
they didn't commit the code.
No, they actually do commit a code and submit an image.
But we didn't check it out, yeah.
For this task, yeah, because it was after our colleague, so we were like focused on our own task mostly.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but we, I can tell you that we've seen a couple of images that some participants submitted, and they were pretty funny. So it is basically like you see some picture of some bird, yeah, with some random noise and random text on it, and so on. Yes, some of the participants tried not to only make a gradient ascent, but to make some prompt injection into the image. So basically, they inserted some text onto the image and also the noise. Yeah, and it was very funny. What can you tell about like your problems? Have you checked some of the solution?
Yeah, I saw that one participant make a bigger, more complex reward for a rail part.
What was more complex reward?
It takes into account black ratio, number of black pixels to colored one, and the inverse score, number of pixels to background.
So it basically rewarded the more colored pictures, or
both of them. So
both of them.
Yeah. The most part of a data set has only 5% colored pixels on each images. So it's the best strategy to solve this task is to follow the same pattern and have 95% black background and only 5% colors. So the complex reward takes into account this statement and has it in a score. Yeah.
So, like the top participants in this problem basically have the difference with the rewards.
Yeah.
All right. And Kirill, what about your problem?
Yeah, I mean, for my problem is the participants mostly analyze text and trying to find some examples and work from them to adapt.
All right. Guys, can you show us the leaderboard? Yeah. So it's the last hour of the tour, and I think the participants will have their last tries for everything.
With machine learning, it's much more tension for the participants because in programming competition, you must understand what's your position, right? And in machine learning, first of all, there is a shake-up, and second, because we renormalizing on maximum score, it's in fact could be pretty different in the end. And we, for sure, everybody from top 5 could win the competition. There is no definite winner as of now.
Yeah.
So.
I'm glad to see the more participants solved all 3 tasks, some score. Yeah. I thought initially that participants will be focused on one.
Only one of the problems.
Yeah.
Yes.
But design of the scoring is that it's better to solve all of them at some to some degree than doing one perfectly better than anybody else.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, and one of the biggest intrigues that left is will the junior be the total winner?
It's because as of now I feel that more chances of junior getting the highest total score than any of the main competition participants. So
yeah, we'll see about that. That will be very, very interesting.
One of our colleagues suggests that maybe younger people tend to use vibe coding more, and they're not more, but more effective to some extent.
Yeah, one of our guys in the jury, told us.
But I think it's both. It's just also because on the use track there is junior track people from Olympiads, etc. They, on average, I think take part in more competition in last years than most of the people on the main track.
Yeah, for sure. I think junior students have more practice in such format, and also some participants I think participated in maybe IO AI.
Yeah, 2 of them, as I know.
Yeah, so they are more familiar with such format of the competition. So maybe
yeah, it's a good point that because there was ML competition, there was longer, so people who take part before, they're not used to format as people who participate in programming, for example.
Yeah, I think that might be the reason. But if this format becomes the standard, maybe we'll see another picture.
Yeah, we're starting to afraid that we will run out of ideas for the design, main one, and there will be drops, and there is LLMs will know how to solve because there is now 50 examples of solutions.
It's actually wonderful that we are still creating new formats. Actually, so ICPC competition stays the same for years. And it's not many formats. But in machine learning, we still create some new formats for the competition, and we still don't know which one is the golden standard, basically.
ICPC still turns out to find a creative ways to find some interesting tasks. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, I actually agree. Yeah, but it's wonderful that in machine learning, you don't have any classical setup, classical stuff. You don't have.
How do you think, should we make more complex problems next time?
I think yes, for juniors, yeah. All right, so I think we're gonna finish with the problem tutorial and with discussing the final. And yeah, but all right. you can see like last minutes on the leaderboard. I don't know like if the guys like changing much, but they need to prepare a couple of things. For example, they need to choose the submit that is gonna be evaluated on the private subset, and the baseline for you is to choose your best submission on the public leaderboard. But still, you may, for example, like think about some overfitting and such things, and you can choose more general solution, like if you're afraid of something. Yeah, and you could give us the submission, like another one from the best on the public, and maybe some participants also have some ideas that are being implemented on the last couple of minutes.
We saw some signs of
some signs of what?
Overfitting for public, yeah.
Yeah, but that's fine. But once again, I like that we have different branches of machine learning, like diffusion, LLMs, also visual captioning with much of the like clip, and yeah, I think it's pretty decent diversity. Also, one unexpected thing that the hardest thing for participants is using actually Git and Docker.
Yes, that's a challenge.
Somebody should make a course like missed.
Yeah, one of the difficulties is that you not only training models, you need to use some infrastructure like to make submissions.
For us, for people from like industry, it's like okay, it's like reading or like typing. You just know this, and then we forget, and we need to adapt for this. That's like not everybody knew, so you need make like separate tutorial or this kind of things.
Yeah, sure. Well, what can we add? I think for the participants, like we actually choose, I think the mainstream parts of machine learning, like generative images, generative texts, multimodal language models, like so that make the competition more like popular, so to affect more machine learning engineers, to attract more engineers.
It's more visual than just tables for sure, you know. That's like, and well, Sergey managed to bring the reinforcement learning as well.
Yeah, and reinforcement learning as well. And actually, even in production, reinforcement learning could be also applied to every of this thing. But in our setup, it is applicable only to generative images. Right. But in production, everyone use it even in large language models.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna be finishing now. So the participants have like a bit time to have their final submissions, and after the end of the tour, you're gonna have the tour on our platform, or like on the
venue, yeah.
On the venue, yeah, in Istanbul. Yeah, you can see like all the sites, everything that the organizers made here. It is very beautiful place, actually. Yeah, and you can see some stuff here. So, see you.
Bye. Yeah, thanks.
Bye.
friends, the final minutes of coding are coming to the end. You've spent 5 really intense hours fixing and debugging and submitting all our challenges we prepared for you for that Yandex Cup 2025. Just like last 7 seconds to submit, and maybe that will lift you up. So stop coding.
Мы вас приветствуем на нашей трансляции, и пока участники погружены в решение очень непростых задач, пойдемте посмотрим, что здесь есть еще. Пока мне хотелось бы рассказать историю, что Yandex Cup знакомит нас каждый раз с историей того места, где оно проходит. И в том числе задачки имеют исторический подтекст той стороны, где проходит Yandex Cup. Кстати, вот здесь стоит Сережа Бережной, который отвечает за направление фронтенд. Давайте у него спросим про то, как проходит соревнование. Сереж, привет.
Да, привет, ребят.
Сережа, расскажи, как проходит Yandex Cup?
Видишь, вот прям все сидят прямо сейчас, решают задачи. Вот там вот финальный таймер. Мне кажется, что атмосфера напряженная, но при этом не чувствуется, что люди страдают. Не чувствуется.
Не чувствуется.
Как будто бы вот они напряжены, но с удовольствием.
Расскажи, пожалуйста, про вот этот тейк, что задачки в том числе имеют историческую подоплеку той страны, где оно проходит. Есть ли у тебя какой-то пример такой задачки?
Да, мы обычно всегда стараемся делать так, чтобы, во-первых, у задач был художественный сеттинг, а во-вторых, он каким-то образом был привязан к той локации, где мы проводим финал. Сегодня мы в Стамбуле, и здесь очень много исторически разных мастеров, крафтеров, которые делали что-то, вот действительно, знаешь, мастерство, переходящее в искусство. И руками своими собственными. И вот современный год, он очень поднял ценность такого вот ручного экспертного труда. И мы провели аналогию. Для каждой специализации мы выбрали разное ремесло, с которым мы проассоциировали эту специализацию. Вот, например, каллиграфия у фронтенда. Это не только потому, что я люблю каллиграфию, а в целом фронтенд — это такая штука, которая очень привязана к чему-то визуальному. И вот у нас, например, есть задачи, которые про то, как сверстать каллиграфические композиции с помощью вот современных средств HTML, CSS и JavaScript. То, что люди делали там пером или кистью, мы сегодня воспроизводим с помощью CSS и JavaScript.
Попробовал ли ты стенд-каллиграфию у нас на нашем таком операционном месте с мастер-классами?
Я сейчас был на эфире, до этого был на сцене, и сейчас очень рассчитываю попробовать и пощупать, потому что это была одна из идей, которая, вот знаешь, тогда делаешь как для себя. Вот это было то, что я хотел сам попробовать.
Но мы сейчас как раз направляемся туда в мастерские, поэтому обязательно попробуй каллиграфию. А мы сейчас ребятам вам расскажем, что еще интересного есть здесь на Яндекс.Капе. Пойдемте посмотрим. Очень здорово, что организаторы нас знакомят с историей и в том числе с национальными вещами, которые мы можем здесь прямо сейчас попробовать на Яндекс.Капе. И я хочу вам вкратце про них рассказать. Очень большое внимание ребята в этом году выделили на зону мастерских. Давайте посмотрим, и я вкратце про них расскажу, что вас здесь может ждать. Мы сейчас подходим к зоне, где мы можем сделать мозаику своими руками. Маленький элемент на вот такой вот дощечке, различными цветами, безумно огромное количество. Мы можем выбрать различную композицию, которую вы только можете себе придумать. На самом деле очень интересно. Мы вчера гуляли по Стамбулу и видели огромное количество сувенирных магазинов с мозаиками. Но это очень круто, что можно взять и самому попробовать ее сделать. Пойдемте дальше смотреть. Следующий мастер-класс, про который я уже говорил, Сережа, это каллиграфия. невероятно красивые рисунки можно попробовать сделать своими руками. Смотрите, мы только сказали, а Сережа уже здесь. Сережа незамедлительно пришел сюда. Что ты будешь рисовать, Сережа, сейчас?
Утверждается, что мастер будет показывать мне и будет меня вдохновлять своим мастерством.
Ага.
Вот это вот мой никнейм, Вегет. И сейчас попробует он это сделать, а я попробую тоже со своей стороны как-то воспроизвести.
И прикоснуться.
И свою интерпретацию получить.
Ну вот сейчас Валя как раз таки снимает. Давай расскажи о своих эмоциях. Вау.
Мне всегда очень нравилась каллиграфия тем, что за короткий момент времени ты очень концентрированно демонстрируешь свой скилл. То есть вот обычно, когда мы говорим там про программистов, часто возникает такое, что сколько человека часов там ты потратил на эту задачу, или еще такое, что там, да, стажер любой в силу своей увлеченности может потратить времени больше, чем сеньор на задачу. Каллиграфия очень прикольно иллюстрирует, что какое-то количество мастерства невозможно, то есть оно вот именно концентрируется, и его невозможно воспроизвести просто так, не имея соответствующей практики. Вот.
Ты теперь попробуешь сам.
Ну давай попробуем. Попробуем попробовать.
Давайте, пока Сережа пробует сам нарисовать, мы посмотрим, что еще здесь есть такого, а потом посмотрим, насколько классно получилось у Сережи проявить себя в каллиграфии. Следующая зона, которую я хотел бы вам рассказать, мы здесь можем отчеканить монету, причем точно так же со своим дизайном, который мы только можем себе придумать. Нам здесь дается основа, такая довольно очень увесистая, и различные набивки, которые мы можем применить на этой монетке. И мы видим сейчас, как один из участников как раз-таки пробует себя в данном мастерстве. О, смотрите, тут даже есть, хочу вам показать, индексовая такая, очень симпатичная. Пойдем дальше. Здесь у нас в каком-то смысле ткацкий станок, где мы можем выбрать рисунок, который нам нравится больше всего. Пойдем покажем, вон там большой станок, собственно, где можно все это попробовать и сделать. Ну, честно говоря, мне кажется, исторический дух просто почти переполнен. Здесь у нас на Яндекс Капе безумно красивый узор. Вот можно вот здесь вот подснять, насколько тонкая работа. Безумно красиво. Очень классно. Ну что, пойдемте дальше. Мы вроде бы подсветили все мастерские. И сейчас, мне кажется, самое время рассказать про сервисы Яндекса, которые работают в Турции. И начнем мы с зоны Яндекс.Поиска, где можно пройти викторину на знание. Насколько я знаю, здесь есть какие-то вопросы касаемо истории и в том числе сервисов Яндексе. Кстати, Яндекс.Поиск здесь местные называют языки. Вопрос на английском, потому что мы в Турции, это международный чемпионат. Давайте попробуем подсмотреть один из вопросов, который здесь присутствует. Ага, код force rating among the... Попробуйте вместе с нами, Валя, посними, попробуйте вместе с нами ответить на этот вопрос. Честно говоря, я вижу огромное количество цифр, и мне уже становится плохо. Так, девушка ответила неправильно, но ничего, у нас для этого есть еще несколько вопросов. Ага. Так, как вы думаете, какой правильный ответ здесь? Связанный... Какие организации регулировали качество, собственно... В Отоманской империи. Вот как они называются? Гильдии, кланы, это мы еще не знаем, и союзы. Я, честно, не хочу вам подсказывать, но давайте попробуем ответить гильдии.
Давайте. И это правильный ответ.
Это правильный ответ. Это правильный ответ. Все-таки что-то я знаю. Ну что, пойдемте дальше. Следующая зона у нас Яндекс.Го, где мы можем проехать по реальному треку, который находится в Стамбуле. Наверное, мы можем попробовать проехаться? Присаживаемся. Но мы сейчас придумаем, как его прикрепить. Ничего страшного. Так, а мы можем... Мы только на Porsche ездим, да?
Да.
Ну ничего. Так, рассказывайте, что? Брендированный Porsche. Вот бы у нас такие были в такси. Ну ничего, я думаю, недалек тот день. Ну что?
Можно ехать. Трасса Стамбул-Парк.
Ага.
Все, можете ехать. Вам микрофон подержать?
Да, было бы
будете
супер.
Комментировать, да?
Да.
Так.
Нам нужно переключать передачу?
Нет, сейчас. Напор погаснет, все, едем.
Оу, Так,
Играйте как на реальной машине, то есть нужно остановиться, не врезаться никуда,
да,
не
вижу.
разбить ее. Порш дорогой. И вот.
Почему-то тормоз у нас немножко...
Тормоз сильно давите, прям.
Ага. Так, мы отстаем, мы себе не позволим этого. Блин, а руль прям...
Хороший.
Руль прям супер отзывчивый. А вы сами-то были на реальном треке?
Да, я периодически гоняю.
Серьезно?
Да.
Ну, мы, кстати, вчера видели, как вы ездили. Хочу сказать, немножко завидно мне.
Наблюдали, да, со стороны?
Валя, я предлагаю, что, ну, чтобы меня дальше не позорить, мы, наверное, сейчас доедем до еще следующего поворота. И, наверное... Ну, ребят, с тормозами, конечно, как говорится, у меня в жизни все очень плохо, видимо, как на этом треке. Да, можно, кажется, мы поэтому, наверное, сейчас остановимся. Мы приехали, спасибо большое, тариф комфорта у вас замечательный.
Не, я думаю, это все-таки ближе к бизнесу.
Ближе к бизнесу? Да, ну тогда я плохой водитель. Спасибо большое, давайте посмотрим еще одну следующую зону. И следующая зона у нас Яндекс карт. Давайте посмотрим, что мы здесь можем увидеть. Смотрите, если вы спланировали день в Стамбуле и, допустим, не успеваете куда-то доехать или хотите посмотреть место, прежде чем там оказаться, Яндекс.Карты нам позволяют посмотреть сразу панораму этого места. Прямо сейчас мы находимся рядом с башней Галата и можем прямо здесь очень классно сразу посмотреть вокруг нас, что нас может ждать на той локации. Я обожаю вот эти улочки Стамбула, конечно, узенькие, из брусчатки. И, конечно же, сейчас мы вернемся к Галата Тауэр. Вот она, красавица, стоит. Прекрасно. Давай посмотрим, какая еще есть локация у нас здесь. Так, и мы оказались резко где? В Каппадокии. Знаменитое место, где вы можете посмотреть на рассвете взмывающий воздух шары. Примерно вот здесь. Здесь шаров нет, но мы представим, что они присутствуют. Очень красиво. Я бы туда точно отправился прямо сразу, как закончится Яндекс Cup. И у нас также есть небольшая зона Яндекс рекламы, где нам могут рассказать, собственно, про данный сервис, как он работает, и все абсолютно другие вопросы, которые нас интересуют, можно задать прямо здесь. Но, ребята, я хочу, честно говоря, поделиться своей любимой точкой здесь, на Яндекс Cup. Это замечательный вид на Стамбул. Буквально через пару мгновений мы окажемся в безумно красивом месте, где можно отдохнуть, поболтать с ребятами и вообще вдохновиться невероятно. Ой, давайте просто молча посмотрим. И, честно говоря, это просто незабываемый вид на Босфор. Вот там мы можем видеть, собственно, храм Святой Софии. Ребят, приезжайте в Стамбул. Приезжайте в Стамбул, здесь невероятно красиво, мне кажется, в любое время года. Даже сейчас, в декабре, такие шикарные виды. И светит солнышко. Обалдеть. Пойдемте дальше. Пора на самом деле подкрепиться. И, естественно, мне кажется, хороший способ познакомиться вообще с городом и со страной — это попробовать национальную кухню. Прямо сейчас мы это и сделаем. Простите, пожалуйста, я забыл совсем сказать. После того, как вы сделали изделия, собственно, на наших воркшопах, вы можете их оцифровать, потому что мы хотим, чтобы не только они у нас физически остались на память, но и диджитально. Потом вы можете прийти, вот прямо сейчас как раз-таки, оцифровать свое изделие, и у нас потом будет выставка из изделий, которые вы сделали здесь. И вот у нас, пожалуйста, замечательная мозаичка с логотипом Яндекса. Ну что, пойдемте знакомиться с кухней и вообще вкусами и ароматами Турции. Посмотрим, что у нас здесь есть. Во-первых, кофе, обязательно приготовленное на песочке. Я прямо отсюда чувствую невероятный вот этот терпкий, очень насыщенный аромат этого турецкого кофе. Даже сам процесс, честно говоря, выглядит очень красиво и заманчиво. Это как будто бы это целое искусство. Ну что, давай, наверное, попробуем. Can I try a little cup? No, just coffee. Потому что потом... Ага, ну давай посмотрим. Не, потому что потом нам обязательно нужно попробовать турецкие сладости вместе с кофе. Вот она, моя чашечка, невероятно вкусная. Thank you so much. Ой, жалко, через камеру, ребят, не передать вам запах этот. Обалдеть. Супер. So, yeah, can we try? Это у нас just one. Just one of this. Это у нас пахлава, да, если я правильно понимаю? Давайте попробуем. Кусочек. Да, нам нужно самый красивый, самый аппетитный. Ой, 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 ой. Боже мой, еще... Thank you so much. Так, давай, наверное... Да, пойдем в чил-зону. Но смотрите, здесь есть огромное количество сладостей, которые вы можете попробовать. Но наш выбор пал на пахлаву. Ну что, здесь у нас зона с мороженым. Зона с мороженым. Я думаю, все видели эти видео с улиц Стамбула, где в иммерсивной форме вам пытаются дать мороженое в рожке. Но у нас здесь он немного проще, но тем не менее очень вкусно. Мороженое мы попробуем потом. Мне кажется, нам достаточно пока что одного кусочка пахлавы. После того, как мы поучаствовали в воркшопах, как мы попробовали турецкие сладости, у нас есть отличная зона, где вы можете отдохнуть, поиграть в нарды, в какие-нибудь настольные игры. Вот прямо сейчас ребята у нас играют в шахматы. Почему и нет? Мне кажется, на самом деле отличная форма для нетворкинга в наше время. Ну что, давайте мы сейчас приземлимся сюда на наш столик, быстренько попробуем. О, ребята, просто не завидуйте, я хочу вам вот так сказать. Ой, ой, какая она липкая. Ну что, я прям чувствую себя немножко блогером в данный момент. Давайте попробуем этот замечательный кусочек попробовать.
Под микрофон.
Очень насыщенный вкус, в меру сладкий. Мне очень нравится. И самое время запить его нашим замечательным кофе.
Крепкий?
На самом деле очень не сильно крепкий. Мне кажется, это идеальное сочетание. И, честно говоря, вообще, я считаю, знакомиться с какой-либо страной через кухню — это обязательный элемент любой программы, когда вы куда-либо путешествуете. И очень здорово, что у нас на Yandex Cup вы можете это попробовать. Ну что, потихонечку мы завершаем нашу экскурсию по зонам Yandex Cup. И когда мы успели всем насладиться, После этого еще посидеть в нашей чилл-зоне в социальных сетях, всем поотвечать, рассказать, как тут прекрасно, выложить контент, какие классные изделия вы сделали, что вы попробовали. Можно подняться наверх и послушать наши лекции, которые здесь также собраны по разным направлениям. ML, бэкэнд, фронтенд. Целый день у нас здесь проходит лекция. Можно прийти в любой момент их послушать, в том числе и с переводчиком, что очень сильно удобно. Давайте просто заглянем и слегка послушаем, о чем сейчас нашим ребятам рассказывают. Здесь сейчас проходит очень интересная, насыщенная дискуссия по поводу IT. Телефон все-таки надо выключать на лекциях, молодой человек. Ну ладно, пойдемте, не будем отвлекать. Ну что, дорогие друзья, вот и закончилась наша такая мини-экскурсия по Яндекс Капу. Подождите, мы никуда не заканчиваем. Ребята, ну какой Стамбул без кошки? Ну да, их там, блин, я еще вторую возьму. Я просто еще не успел ни одну кошечку здесь увидеть, потому что мы знаем, что Стамбул — это у нас город кошек, поэтому мне хотелось бы закончить нашу мини-экскурсию вот так, вот с тем видом на начало. Спасибо большое, дорогие друзья. Я не буду давать им название, но спасибо большое, дорогие друзья, что были с нами в трансляции. Продолжайте следить за прямыми включениями. Впереди новое интересное, много интересного, в том числе награждения, про которые мы не будем забывать. Спасибо большое, что с нами. И увидимся. Пока-пока.
Hello everyone, please take your seats. So, hope you've had a moment to breathe. It's been a big day. My name is Roman Vasilyev. I am head of analytics at International Yandex Search and head of analytics track here at Yandex Cup. Sorry for that little delay. I think now we will be on track. Right now we will have discussion and then we will have ceremony. So, we are less than an hour away from announcing the results and celebrating our winners. While we are waiting, let's spend that time wisely. Yandex Cup is not longer just a competition. It's a global conversation about where tech is going. So, I'm happy to welcome on the stage a group of tech and IT experts who came here to share their views on how our industry is changing. First, I want to invite to this scene the CDO and AI director at Yandex Market. Please welcome Michael Levin. Take your seat, please. Next, representing the Linux Foundation AI and Data Board representative, please give a warm welcome to Jipen Huan. And finally, a senior manager in generative AI at Apple, Aman Chada. Guys, wish you good conversation.
All right, folks, let's get started. So we've got a great discussion ahead of us today. We're going to be covering 3 key pieces. The first part is going to be around open versus closed source ML. So we'll have a bit of discussion around that. We'll hear from the panelists today on their viewpoints about open versus closed source ML, the trade-offs, the pros and cons. And then we'll move over to the second part, which would be ML in science and education. So that's the next part that we'll be covering. And finally, we're going to wrap it up with a discussion of the next big breakthrough in AI. So those are the three key pieces that we'll be covering today. And with that, let's get started. So the modern ML industry initially emerged as a classic open academic discipline. It was the collective work of numerous specialists from various countries, their research papers, and shared knowledge that fueled its incredibly rapid and vigorous growth. However, since the early 2020s, we appear to be seeing an increasingly big proliferation of closed proprietary developments. Now, this isn't just about OpenAI, with its often repeated jokes about its openness. It extends to almost all major Western players in this market, including Anthropic and to some extent Google. On one hand, this shift seems natural as the field transitions from pure research to commercial products. However, on the other hand, China appears to have played a significant bet on open source, exemplified by projects like Kimi, DeepSeek, and Qwen. We're eager to hear the perspectives of our panel today, representing different parts of this world on this evolving landscape. So the question for the panelists today is, how do you view this development? Is it a fundamental clash of approaches or merely journalistic sensationalism? Is there, in fact, a single correct approach in this evolving paradigm, or are there multiple models viable? I'll let Michael go first.
Yeah, well, what we at Yandex think is that basically the progress cannot be made with a lot of collaboration, and we believe in open source collaboration a lot. We actually are represented in the open source contributor index, the global index. We're like 16th place in that ranking. And I personally participated in open sourcing one of our greatest technologies in machine learning at that time, which was the CAT boost, the gradient boosting over decision trees algorithm that is since that time used both in Kaggle competitions and industry heavily. And recently, with all the generative AI, we've also open sourced things like Proprietary, a tool that eases the profiling of high-performant GPU computations, and also the FSDP library built on another open source called FSDP, which makes the training much more efficient. So we really believe that we should both contribute and use open source to move forward. So basically for us, it's obvious what is the right answer. Of course, at some point, we also can be in a position to delay open sourcing something when we're on the edge, as OpenAI or Google do the same thing. But eventually, I think everything becomes open source so that everybody can build on top of that the next level.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, totally agree with the viewpoint here that open source is essentially, it represents the shoulders on top of which giants stand, right? So there's definitely a key aspect of open source, which is providing a great foundation for others to build on top of, which is central for research and engineering. But I'd love to hear Wang's viewpoints as well, and understand what your thought process is here.
Okay. First of all, Dobro Vici, I learned that the day before. Super glad could be here. So I think for the first question, we should divide it to 2 levels. So on the business strategic level, I think it's okay for any company to decide whether to open or close source their model. It's just entirely depends on their business strategy. But at the technology level, I do agree there's a battle. You can call that open versus close. And I actually just talked about this with other folks the other day. I want to correctly frame this. I think the wrong framing now regarding like closed source, open source, many people frame it as US versus China. It's like China only does open source models and US prefer closed source models, and sort of the country rivalry. I think the correct framing should be like saturation-oriented AI versus singularity-oriented AI. It just happened that a lot of Chinese research labs are in the camp of the saturation-oriented AI, meaning we want every form factor of hardware could have its intelligence. But it's not only limited to China. I happen to know a lot of great teams from US, for example, News Research, Prime Intellect, I'm good friends with them, are also like developing such technologies. We have great team from Russia, open source, a lot of that, not that like big of model. And also, I actually searched the Turkish LLM leaderboard on Hugging Face. You know what? The top 3 Turkish model, you know, according to the narrative, should be like developed by somewhat homegrown. The top 3 are based upon Quinn, Mistral, and News, respectively. I think that just tells an amazing story that open source is just about, you know, open up as much as possible and contribute back whenever it's possible. The other camp is singularity-oriented AI, is what Anthropic, OpenAI, those teams are aiming at, meaning they are chasing a point of no return. So for their perspective, they want to make sure they have as many as pre-trained compute as they can get, so they can go to that point of no return. I think that line of thinking is harmful, especially also harmful to US, because it created this just crazy AI doomerism, and you know, we don't even talk about, like discuss that topic in China. It's just useless. But it is because they are chasing this point of no return. I think a lot of people get scared. You know, Jensen just did an interview yesterday also talking about this. Like people are scared of energy, scared of AI, which is like totally unnecessary. So I would want to frame or categorize it like saturation-oriented AI and singularity-oriented AI. And for saturation-oriented AI, if you happen to believe in this as well, is open source, because open source is the only way to saturate that much intelligence to every form factor of hardware. Yeah.
Thank you, Huang. Yeah, interesting points. Overall, I think there's both facets, right? The open and closed source models. And both of them have their own complementary selling points, right? You obviously, with the rising costs of LLM development, closed source models are a natural outcome, right? That's, you know, primarily the reason why a whole lot of these frontier models and model makers like OpenAI and Anthropic and Google have, you know, made sure that their key IP is something they can monetize via closed source models. But at the same time, you do need open source models to, you know, push the research frontier. How do you carry out research and optimization of models without having access to, you know, a base model which is open source, open weight rather? It's not going to be possible, right? So this is key, and the bifurcation here, open versus closed source, I think is central and, you know, definitely critical for you know, both business as well as research proliferation to happen in AI. So with that, we'll move over to the next key area. We're going to talk about ML in education. And I've got an interesting question here for my panelists today. So how is open source ML connected to and driving the field of education? And is it even possible to effectively teach ML today without having access to open source resources? I'll let Michael go first.
Yeah, well, I think it's also obvious that things like IPython notebooks or PyTorch are basically essential for any practical course on machine learning and AI. So we cannot even imagine education in that topic without open source. And one other thing that I wanted to say, which may be obvious to most of you already, but which was some revelation for me around this year, maybe end of the last year, is how much faster you can actually learn in the new world. Because previously, reading like a frontier ML paper would take you at least 2 to 4 hours to understand the main ideas. And right now, it's already, you can like read 4 of them in 15 minutes. So the acceleration of learning from the cutting edge research is about 40 times. So that is huge. And anyone who is not doing that yet is going to lag. So that is a huge change in education. And maybe education is the sphere where the change is the biggest up to now.
Fair points, Michael. There's definitely the, I personally use AI myself to be able to go through a whole bunch of research papers in a short span of time, be able to distill them and understand the key ideas being proposed in papers. So it does make my life easy. And like you said, right, I totally resonate with the part where if you're not using AI to your advantage and being able to leverage its virtues and accelerate your productivity, in case of science and research, which is the topic right now, be able to distill key learnings from papers and blogs and even understanding code bases associated with research papers, you're lagging behind, right? So that is the primary way I make sure I stay up to date in the field, by leveraging my AI workflows and trying to make sense of what the newest breakthrough is in AI. But I'd love to hear from Huang and understand how you feel about ML being connected to science and education and if it's helped in any way.
Yeah, I agree. It's like phenomenon. I follow a lot of mathecists on Twitter, and every time they tweet about this is something big, and I have just no idea what the paper is about, and I will ask ChatGPT or whatever LLMs I can get hands to, like, what does it mean, or why it's so important, and it helps me. And I think recently there's a like math LLM startup called Harmonic, help solve, there's a problem from Erdős problem, which also made a lot of waves. Well, it turns out it solves the simpler version, but it still is just impressive. So I think, yeah, it's one of the evolutionary thing we are witnessing, yeah.
I also wanted to add something that may be relevant to the audience here. So it may seem to some of you that the guys at OpenAI or DeepMind are so far ahead, and it's really hard to learn what are they doing to implement those LLMs and those algorithms that they periodically launch. But what I've learned recently from some of my friends working in some of those companies is that basically, although the LLMs are all the hype, and basically the LLMs are more or less the same. They are more or less a feat of engineering around the basic transformer architecture, while the new ideas that really solve problems like AlphaZero and things like that, they still have so much in common with the algorithmic problems we're solving at competitions like this, because there are still so many things like SQRT decomposition in attention, or fast Fourier transform in attention for huge contexts like DNA strands, or even the usual tree search in the search of the best strategy in chess, where some magic constants appear in the DeepMind solution or in its open source re-implementation, where it only works if this constant is like 200,000, and be aware, just don't try to change it. Nobody knows why it works, but this is some trick which is very important to the algorithm becoming so smart. So this, I think, is telling us that the tricks and the mathematical approach and the ideas that people train to apply at these kind of competitions are still very valuable at the frontier of all the LLM hype.
Thanks, Michael and Wang. Yeah, just adding to what Michael just said, there's definitely a lot of magic numbers in the form of hyperparameters in particular, right, as we train models. And to decipher a lot of this art into science, it is absolutely necessary for open source models to be available that we can experiment upon, understand their inner workings, by looking at interpretability methods, for example, and even to some extent follow the recipe, if it's made open source, and train a smaller version of the model, right, just to understand the impact of these hyperparameters or magic numbers, as you mentioned, right. This is, I think, central. It's key to being able to decipher a lot of these, the recipe here to be able to train great models, right? So open source models obviously are absolutely essential. That ties into the first part of our discussion here as well, where to carry out effective ML education, you do need access to open source resources for us to make sense of what's happening in the field and be able to replicate that at least to some level and some degree. We do have another sub-question here that we're going to cover as part of this particular part. And this is related to the skills and experiences in a competitive programming event like Yandex Cup, which is which I've been around since morning, and I'm seeing all the high energy here and people really chasing intense problems, right? So how do these skills and experiences that have been gained by participants here in competitive programming events like the Yandex Cup, how do these translate into their work on advanced applications like large language models? Michael?
Also, basically what I've said earlier is the main example I had in mind. So basically both the standard algorithms from the point of view of a competitor programmer, they are standard, are building blocks of something that is very new in optimizing some parts of transformer architecture and LLMs and the various reinforcement learning and tree search algorithms on top of that. So both the knowledge of those things which are standard to you but not at all standard to most of the population and even most of the engineers at the top-level companies, and the general idea that you can come up with something new in under a few hours and try a lot of things in a day, And then some of it will just magically work, maybe some magic constant, maybe some like something like debug submit will work. And if you're just quick enough to try your ideas, then you have an edge. Basically, that's it.
Thanks, Michael. Phuong, any thoughts here?
So I think I want to talk about, for example, if we looking ahead, I think we can have more like participants trying out with various techniques on like different attention architectures and also like different prompting techniques. Because, for example, today for RL is still pretty compute heavy, but a lot of optimizations actually you can do at the prompting level, and yeah, I think there's like a lot of new directions that actually we can do a lot of these in the future. I think quite exciting.
Yeah, thank you, Huang. And to wrap up this part of our discussion today, you know, and adding to what Michael mentioned earlier, you know, there's definitely the convergence of architectures that we've seen in the field, which is transformer decoder at this point. Most models, most generative AI models follow, you know, the transformer decoder architecture. There's obviously, you know, other divergences there with state space models and hybrid architectures that come up every once in a while, but transformer decoders are prevalent. But that means a lot of the open source dependencies that we have to, you know, impart education of machine learning and science and related fields rest on the data that these models were trained on, because the architectures, like we discussed, have you know, a lot of commonalities now because the base is a transformer decoder. So being able to, you know, offer, you know, open data sets by, you know, the labs training these models, the data sets these models were trained on, and making those available, I think is also key, beyond offering access to open weights and training code, you know, associated with these models. So I feel that's yet another area which will definitely help proliferate the, you know, the teachings of machine learning and artificial intelligence in science and education. So that's pretty central. With that, we'll move over to the next part here, which is going to be the next big AI breakthrough. So the question for the panelists is, in your opinion, what would be the next big breakthrough in AI, the next big thing? For instance, we increasingly hear assertions within the industry that the LLM boom is becoming a bubble, indicating a need for entirely new approaches. Or perhaps the next big thing is more organizational. How will companies and entire professions transform with the advent of increasingly sophisticated AI tools? Does this prospect concern and even frighten you? Michael.
Yeah, from one hand, what we see at Yandex is that with engineers using AI agents for coding, in some programming languages, the number of commits went up by 20% plus, and it went by 10% up in all other, basically across the board. So it definitely improves the productivity to some extent, but of course it's not even close to what is hype is all about and things like that. From the other hand, I would agree that currently we are on a kind of plateau where the architectures converged and the approaches converged, and the rat race is all about who has more GPUs and more efficient training by a factor of maybe 2 or 5, but not something exponential. And I think that still we will have another breakthrough. It's not clear when will that happen. From my own opinion, it will happen in 2 places, but they are very interconnected. One is agents. Basically, the agents of this day are very unreliable, and it's more of a toy in most situations. It can work and it can break. You don't know in advance, and they can and should be made much more reliable, like 95% probability of success at least, and that can come from a breakthrough, I think, in the area of reinforcement learning and training not just on the internet data, but on some other kind of data, like maybe self-play, maybe some other synthetic data that the agents create for themselves. And one of the particular things within RL, I think, is that we should find some algorithm that would give us a good starting point for the reinforcement learning, so that we can skip all the huge computation which is basically wasted on the random attempts to find at least some feasible strategy. So if we come up with a completely different algorithm that gives a good starting point, then that can make RL much more efficient, and with the resources that are building up right now, that can lead to a huge breakthrough.
Thanks, Michael. Especially about the part where, you know, with reinforcement learning, the biggest challenge that we've seen in the field as we apply RL to post-training models is stability. And like you said, right, coming up with methods that help accelerate the trial and error process, which is the initial, you know, part of the RL where, you know, the base model is basically trying to make some sense of what its action space is and figure out, you know, the most optimal actions to take. You know, the initial process is being able to efficiently, you know, work through that is key. That's where current labs spend a lot of time and a lot of compute trying to, you know, get the model grounded in some initial states so it can begin learning, the actual learning process through RL. We've used a whole bunch of techniques in the field. I mean, the current prevalent techniques include warm starting with supervised fine-tuning, for example, so do a little bit of SFT like we saw in DeepSeek, for example, from China. That was a key idea that they came up with, saying, let's fine-tune first on a bit of data, so the model has some grounding, some idea of how to kickstart the RL process, and then carry out RL, right? So, you know, the trial and error iterations reduce. So that was a key area, and I resonate with that part. I think there's going to be more sophisticated techniques beyond just plain SFT, supervised fine-tuning, which will help us accelerate this key part, this initial part of RL, and thereby help us scale RL further and even better, right? So that's key, and I'm personally looking forward to methods and, you know, research in this, you know, niche area as well. Huang, any thoughts from your end about the next big AI breakthrough?
Yeah, I think I want to touch upon like again 2 levels. One is like how organizations uses AI. I think I want to get back to what Armin mentioned, which is a great point about data. So, for example, if you are a small startup, you can use Cursor, right? And I see my friend that doing startup just on Slack using Cursor, just save a lot of time and a lot of people. But if you are a big company, chances are you need to have a like homegrown AI assistant, AI agent. In order to do that, I think a lot of company ignores the data problem, but actually for anyone who ever trained the model, you know that no matter how good you are tuning the model architecture, once you have a high quality data set, it basically solves everything. So still, I think for traditional company that want to embrace AI, start with knowing your data is very crucial. Okay, I'm gonna touch upon the second point. I wanna talk about actually technology-wise, what's like exciting for me. A couple directions. For example, first of all, pre-training is not dead. I'm just wholeheartedly against that argument because, again, data. We have like many more data coming out every day. So for pre-training, I think one of the exciting new direction is hybrid attention. I happen to know a lot of like folks in China that are doing the model architecture studies. So we saw like Kimi K2 embrace linear attention, and I think hybrid attention is still a very important direction because you can have the quadratic attention complexity with AGI. AGI, one of the criteria is that you have a arbitrary context length, right? So that's hybrid attention is something I would encourage every participant to look at. The other area is actually multimodal. Multimodal, I'm not an expert in, but from the things I'm looking at, for example, there might be breakthrough in unified model architecture, meaning have one model architecture combines autoregressive tasks and like diffusion tasks, which might just bring back the encoder-decoder architecture, which ETI has been, advertised, but long dead for a while, since encoding-decoding architecture actually capture well with both diffusion and AR. Another like new direction for multimodal or unified is actually there was a paper released by Meta called Too Simplical Attention, which brings another axis to the QKV. If you are, I'm getting too technical here. So you are adding another dimension of K, basically allows you to bring, say, another dimension of, say, audio to the traditional text image mentions. The downside is just increased computation complexity. You can use sliding window to mitigate that, but I think that's another like really exciting direction. And well, that's pre-training, but for post-training, I think both Michael and Armin already touched upon what RL, like the cold start problem, right? I think another direction of new things is what Rich Sutton has mentioned multiple times this year, that you ought to have a continuous learning capability. Upon that, I think one of the like promising area is actually bring traditional RL more to the LLM RL, since now we are just using variants of GRPO. But for traditional RL, there are still a lot of research we could do, and also, for example, bring game theory into the how your agent interact with the environment in a lively manner. So that's one thing could be very interesting. Another for continuous learning is actually the like long forgetting art of model merging. I think could be quite promising. So model merging was a thing like a year or 2 years back. There's a great open source project called MergeKit. The startup behind that is also quite good, Acri AI, good friends of mine. But I think so model merging could be one of the solutions for continuous learning, since continuous training is still kind of hard. But if your like models happen to be orthogonal enough, you can just combine the weights. It just, you know, with tie dyeing and a lot of techniques, it just works. It's magic. Yeah, that's the areas that I'm interested in.
A lot of great points there, Wang. Thank you. Right from the data aspect, which we already discussed earlier, to architectural changes, even within the transformer architecture, which, as we discussed, has been quite some convergence there. But subquadratic attention mechanisms, you know, those are key. Like Wang mentioned, chasing AGI isn't going to be possible unless we optimize the heart of what makes a transformer, which is the quadratic attention mechanism. DeepSeek V2 just came out last week, and 3.2 in particular, DeepSeek, and they've come up with DeepSeek sparse attention DSA, which is you know, an optimal version, and obviously we've seen tons of subquadratic attention mechanisms in the past. So that's going to be big as well. You know, totally agree with that aspect. That is going to be one of the next big breakthroughs, an attention mechanism that makes these models tick. Something that we can, something that's efficient and helps us get to AGI. Model merging, like Wang mentioned, is also key. I believe the startup's called RC that came up with MergeKit. You know, I remember spending some time figuring out, you know, two great models, putting them together and coming up with something new. But yeah, great points overall by the panel here, Michael and Huang, and that brings us to the end of today's discussion. We've got Q&A that we can take for a couple of minutes. I'm being told that we're a little short on time. So we'll be wrapping up here today then. But yeah, thank you so much, you know, for being a lovely audience, and hopefully the discussion was helpful.
Thank you. So, one more time, good evening, friends. What an intense day it has been. You have spent 5 hours solving different problems. The leaderboard kept changing, and in many categories, it was actually impossible to predict who would end up at the top. What I want to say, reaching the finals is already an achievement. Out of 21,000 people, you made it to the top 196 participants, earning your place in the final challenge. We hope you enjoyed the experience, found the tasks engaging, and felt comfortable throughout the competition. Now it's time to reveal the winners. Here is how the award ceremony will go. We will invite the winners of each category across all 3 tracks: Juniors, Yandex, and General, up to the stage. We will announce the results and present certificates and trophies. And now, I'd like to invite Sasha Popovsky back to the stage.
Okay, it's good. Very, very welcome to our new guests, to all the participants. Yak Shamlar. We're coming to the kind of final of our today journey. And I'm really happy, will be really happy to introduce all the winners here. It is really unique achievement of Yandex Cup. More than 190 participants in finals today from 21 countries. It's something really tremendous. So you spent a lot of time cracking all those problems. our coffee machines and coffee makers, Turkish coffee, really got a lot of adrenaline, helping you to empower your brains. That's really very good news. What is important, that it is really a collaboration of different people from different countries, and no matter who win or who have not win, we anyhow all win today. As we say in Turkey, bir elin nesi var, iki elin sesi var, which means that you need to do really big things together. And let's make this round of applause together to ourselves, to our achievements today. Please, huge round of applause. Let's make this roof shake. Okay, thank you very much. And I give a floor for some warm words to our friend, rector of Middle East Technical University, Professor Ahmed Hajam, my friend. Here you are.
Thank you very much. Dear Minister, dear representatives from Yandex, dear students, dear competitors from all around the world, it's my great pleasure to be with you today. In the morning I was also here. I visited the stands here, I saw the atmosphere here, and I'm very curious about the results, but no matter what, from all around the world, so many challenges, and you are here after 5 hours of, hard work, intensive work, and we will be appreciating the winners today. But no matter what, whoever attended this is the winner from the perspective of the science and from the perspective of competition. So, I'm very thankful to Yandex, and as you know, Middle East Technical University and Yandex, they have a joint program for masters AI engineering program. So it's a really very successful program. The real-world problems proposed or supplied by Yandex, and students, graduate students working on these problems with the support from both Middle East Technical University faculty and also Yandex experts. So together, of course, tomorrow's world is the AI and AI-related issues, and as Middle East Technical University, we are very much committed to be in this league of AI, and we believe that, of course, the future involves very strongly the AI-related technologies, and at Middle East Technical University, with our departments, with our institutes, with our students, faculty, we are very committed to this, and we are looking forward to the prize winners. So I won't keep you actually long, and I would like to thank all of you for participating this, and I congratulate all of you regardless whether you get the prize or not. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmed Hajam. Thank you for your warm words. And I invite to the stage also our friend, His Excellency, Deputy Minister of Transport and Infrastructure of Turkey, Mr. Amer Fatih.
Distinguished guests, distinguished rector, esteemed academics, valued industry representatives, dear young participants all over the world, especially I've heard that 21 countries, over 20,000 participants, and all are winners. I would like to begin my remarks by stating that we are proud as Turkey to host software developers, data scientists, and technology leaders from all over the world here in Istanbul, Turkey today, on the occasion of the Yandex Cup 2025 final, and I would like to extend my warmest gratitude on behalf of myself, my Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure. Welcome to Istanbul, welcome to Turkey again. For us, the Yandex Cup is not just a competition. With its prize pool and broad international participation, it serves as an important technology platform that brings together developers from all across the globe, and contestants showcase their talents in machine learning, algorithms, mobile development, analytics, front-end and back-end development, while also presenting their visions for the technological needs for this future. This year, that vision converged in timeless city of Istanbul. And ladies and gentlemen, Istanbul possesses a depth, spirit, and a history that cannot be found in any other city in the world. Throughout its rich past, magnificent city has hosted many civilizations, each leaving behind traces of artistry that demand precision, patience, mastery, and refinement. And today, we see the reflections of all traditional craftsmen with such interstate weaving of carpets, aesthetic sensitivity of calligraphy, the delicacy of jewelry, making and mathematical elegance of minting coins in what we now call the craft of the digital age, which is coding. Just as each handmade motif woven knot by knot, developers today build software line by line. The harmony that defines classical calligraphy manifests itself in modern software architecture. The patience and skill of traditional artisans now find new meaning in the hands of young developers such as you to design algorithms and to build digital solutions. For this reason, I believe it's extremely appropriate to use our traditional handcrafts as a metaphor to describe the modern software world in Yandex Cup 2025. And this metaphor reflects the strong connection between Turkey's cultural heritage and its technological vision. In front of this hall, I've seen many of these classical handcraft of Turkey. I guess most of you also experienced that. When I entered to this room, with this extremely good design, I hope that you only not see this magnificent place of Istanbul, but also the historical places outer than this complex. Distinguished guests, technology is no longer the hobby of curious. It has become a part of everyone's life. Even farmers in rural areas now rely on digital tools to perform their daily tasks. There was a time when villages had only one telephone. Today, most of the influencers emerge from these remote villages. Of course, advancements in technology and internet infrastructure play a decisive role, but what I want to emphasize is the inclusiveness and the transformative power of technology. Many of us are no longer aware of how it intervened our lives and how we become digital tools. Every day when we fully open our eyes, what do? As soon as you wake up, we begin interacting with our phones. For example, navigation, the navigation tool, which I used 2 hours ago from coming here 10 kilometers away. I asked by car, it was only 1.5 hours, 10 kilometers. Walking, approximately the same. So I preferred walking to come here. If I ask all of the participants who use navigation to come here, I am sure most hands would be raised. We use navigation even now driving to our own home. Not because we don't know the way, because it shows us the shortest route and saves time. We no longer memorize even the phone numbers of closest family members. How many of you know their father's or mother's handphone by heart, by not correcting? Still, we have some really good coders here, but most of us even don't memorize that. Without our mobile phones, many of us would struggle to get through the day. Search engines and the AI tools have become our personal advisors. With the rise of AI, even search engines are used less frequently, and the mindset is commonly referred to the AI first. As we turn to the AI, not only for the research, also assignments, reports, presentations, but even during casual conversations when we are curious about something. And these small habits demonstrate the extent of our digital transformation. As much as we use technology, also it shapes us. Today, navigation systems, which are one of the Yandex's most strongest areas, do not simply provide directions, they analyze behavior, learn our habits, and generate solutions that make our lives much easier. Similarly, search engines do not merely provide information, they understand intent, anticipate our needs, process millions of data points within seconds, and support our decisions making. And behind these advancements lie the algorithms, models, software architectures, and innovations developed by people like you. Every line of the code you write helps to redefine the digital experience of society, and to understand the impact of these technologies, we must analyze not only the systems themselves, but also how user behaviors evolve during time. And speaking of habits, let me mention internet usage trends. In Turkey, 90% of the people have been using internet, and we carry all activities through that require internet. Competitions like the Yandex Cup play a vital role also in nourishing this vision, and they place young people at the forefront and encourage the generation that will build the search engines, navigation systems, and AI solutions for the future. And Yandex, as the organizer of this event, has become an important reference point in Turkey's technology ecosystem, and its investments in AI-driven services not only transform user experiences, but also contribute significantly to Turkey's digital capacity and technological advancement. From search technologies to navigation, from urban mobility to next-generation digital services, Yandex's innovative approach strengthens Turkey's competitiveness and brings our country closer to become a regional technology hub. This commitment also reflects the trust that a strong global technology player places in Turkey. Our gatekeepers regulation introduces preventive obligations to protect both businesses and consumers from monopolistic structures, and aligns Turkey's digital markets with the EU. And the Digital Markets Act, a framework of this nature, also provides a favorable environment for innovative and competitive companies like Yandex to continue investing confidently in Turkey. Distinguished guests, I know that you have worked so hard for the last 5 hours, and you are eager to know the prize winners. As the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, we firmly support every effort aimed at shaping the digital world of the future. We continue working tirelessly to strengthen our communications infrastructure, prepare for 5G and 6G technologies, develop national digital solutions, enhance cybersecurity capacity, and broaden the young people's access to technology. Our goal is to become a country that develops, manages, and exports technology. All our efforts represent a major investment in the future of our country, and under the strong leadership of our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, we continue to progress with confidence. Every step we take is aligned with our Turkey's vision for the century of Turkey, and this vision aims to make our nation not only a follower of digitalization, but also a leader and global producer. The century of Turkey is not just a name of an area, it's a civilizational leap that symbolizes our resurgence in every field, from technology to science, from economy to art. Dear young participants, I have some words also for you. You are the technology leaders who will shape the future of the world. Every line of code you write, every problem that you solve, and every project that you develop carries the potential to influence not only today, not only this area, but also tomorrow and the whole world. Please, believe in yourselves. Dare to dream. Become pioneers, not followers of anyone. The nations that develop their infrastructure, their own software and artificial intelligence will be the real actors of the future. For this reason, our technological aims are not only economic preference, it is the foundation of our independence, competitiveness, and digital sovereignty. Distinguished guests. As I conclude, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who are here today, institutions, partners, sponsors, universities, the organizing committee, and volunteers who contributed to bringing this significant event to Turkey. And many thanks also go to all participants, all of you, who traveled from around the world to join us today. I am confident that the spirit of Istanbul will make this event truly unforgettable. I hope that the ideas, projects, and collaborations that have been made, that emerge here, will grow into major successes in the future. And with these thoughts, I would like to all participants the best of success. May the International Yandex Cup 2025 finals bring new horizons to our country, to you, and once again, welcome to Istanbul.
Thank you very much, Ömer Bey. Please join me to bring the prizes for our first and I would say most international nomination. Okay. So let's start the ceremony, and I invite to the stage the first winners. Yeah, let me see their names. Okay.
We have asked AI to present the first.
No. We don't trust AI in this dimension. Yeah, we trust our jury and our committee.
It has its own limits.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah.
The algorithm.
Something happens on our screens. So hopefully soon we'll see the first winners here. Yeah. This is the first, as I said, our most international track of general algorithms. And we will have 5 places, and as far as I remember, the 5th place we will start from, it belongs to 2 participants at the same time. But who are they? Okay, not clear yet. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, now we have names. And I invite to the stage Chan Huan and Fodor Ramashov, the 5th place.
Where are they?
Okay.
They are coming to the stage?
Are they coming? Come. Yes. Okay.
Hello. Congratulations. Hello. How are you? So the 5th place is yours. Açalım.
Would you like to say something? Okay, let's make this fast. Here is your prize.
Oh. Come here. You also come. Here. Yes.
Okay, thank you guys. Please stay on stage. Yeah. We will have joint photo later. And the 4th place, Andrew He.
Andrew, congratulations. How are you?
Doing good.
Congratulations.
second place. Come here.
Okay, and the next winner is Riku Kawasaki.
Congratulations. Come here. Okay. Let's make it like this. Oops. Let's go.
Okay, congratulations. Please stay there with the colleagues. The second place, Benjamin Key. All over the world, literally.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay. Numbers are getting bigger and bigger, yeah? And what about our applause? Okay. That's also good. Okay. Thank you. You can join your other participants. And our first prize, Yandex Cup in this category. Who is the winner? Kevin Sun. Kevin? Big. Make the roof shake.
Congratulations.
Okay, Kevin. Here is your prize.
This one. Okay. So maybe he wants to say something to us. How was it, Kevin?
Maybe if you were.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the result, obviously.
How was the race? Difficult for you? How was the race?
It was difficult, yeah, but I managed to.
But you managed it, huh?
Get through, yeah.
What's your profession normally?
I've been a software engineer.
Business software engineer. Yeah. And you're coming from?
I guess from Canada. But
Canada, okay. Yeah. Great. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, let's make a photo together, guys. Come here.
Come here.
Little
Kevin,
bit.
you stay in the middle.
Yeah.
Some of here, some of there. Okay. Like this. Okay. Come. Like this. Okay. So you know how you spend the
Okay. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Yeah. And we will go for the next nomination. Thank you, Amar Bey. We can take our seats. Thank you very much for coming, visiting us today. So let's take the room, and I will free the stage for the next nomination. Roma, will you introduce? Okay.
Thank you, Serge. Give me a mic. So, let's move to the next juniors track. So, guys, give me an applause. So, fourth place is Matvey Makarov. So, the next one, third place, is Vladislav Zhiganov. Congrats. Second place is Maxim Kravchenko. winner of Yandex Cup 2025 in junior track is Sergey Makhanov. For you. Let's come together to make photo. Thank you, guys. And finally, we announce the Yandexoid winners. Let's give applause to the guys. So, third place is Nikita Golikov. Second one is Alexei Schnirelman. And the winner at Yandexoid's track is Maxim Gorokhovsky. Let's come together to make group photo. Thank you, guys. Now, let's move on to the next category, machine learning. Now, to award the winners of the machine learning category, I'd like to invite Sasha Krainov, Petya Yermakov, and Maxim Sporoshev up to the stage.
Hello, everyone. I would like to say that Yandex is actually a ML-based company. Most of our products like web search, like personal assistant, weather forecast, self-driving cars, and many other products completely based on ML. And in any ML algorithms, like ranking, recommendation system, NLP, computer vision, all ML algorithms. And I have a recipe how to create your ML-based product, what you need to add to this cocktail. You need, of course, open source. You can do it without open source. Sort of scientific papers and talented machine learners. And we not only use all these components, we also create our open source products and delivered it to the world. Our brilliant Yandex research team every year publish many papers, scientific papers on top ML conference. And also we do many for machine learners. Yandex have cool education program, and also we support ML community and do many perfect events like this, like Yandex Cup.
Hello, my name is Max. I'm the leader of machine learning track this year. And this year we totally reinvented the machine learning tournament for Yandex Cup. The tasks became more challenging and more connected to actual mainstream topics of artificial intelligence. And also we attracted twice as many participants the next year. And also we have the new junior track, and the school students are competing here with us on the final round, like with everyone else. And I believe that next time our competition will become even more interesting, even more challenging, even more competitive. So I hope to see you again on the next Yandex Cup.
Friends, you are all the best of the best. More than 7,000 people registered, and today 38 of them are here. We are happy to invite winners of the ML track of Yandex Cup 2025. Please give them a lot of applause.
Okay, let's start. We start from general. Yes, track. Okay. And our fifth winner in track general in machine learning is, I'm waiting, Daniil Domnin. Daniil, please come. And next one, fourth place, Andrei Khnikin. The third one, third place goes to, waiting, goes to Tagir Khairuddinov. The second place, Salim Paladov. And last but not least, the first place is, ta-dam, who is first place? Timur Ionov. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now the junior track. And the fourth place, Елисей Кирпиченко. The third place, Mark Диченко. And the second place, Andrei Хлопотник. And the winner of the junior track, Konstantin Sigalov.
finally, Yandexoid track. Third place is Dmitry Vaskin. Second place, Nikolai Nenaychev. And the first place is Artem Fedorov.
Thank you, everyone. Next up is my favorite, analytics category. And now, to award the winners of the analytics track, I'd like to invite Dasha Kozlova and Professor Dr. Ahmet Yozatligil, Metro Rector. I'll also stay on stage as the head of the category. Analytics in Yandex is complex and diverse field. It's code, statistics, A/B tests, and also it's about trying to model the world by finding patterns in massive streams of the data. It's really a multifaceted job. You should be programmer, architect, and data researcher. This is what we tried to reflect in the championship. We prepare tasks that requires natural intelligence, attention, accuracy, and the ability to see the core of the problem. The leaderboard clearly showed the tension and competitive drive throughout the contest. A huge thank you to the authors, participants, finalists, and winners. You all did an amazing job, and it all went great. Let's make an applause to each other.
Well, as Roma said everything about analytics already, being the professional sportsman in the past, I want to say about the competition. Well, 5 hours is huge competition, but from my perspective, it shows the concentration, it shows the willingness to win and to work hard, and definitely it shows the determination. And this is exactly what is needed to create the new technologies that will change the world. And the deputy minister was talking about this, that technology is now not only the curiosity driven, it's the life around us. And I'm happy that for the second year, as you already said, I want to underline that for the second year, we have not only professional tracks in the analytics, but also the junior one. This is crucial. Rector, over to you.
Yes, actually, I mean, all the categories are very important, and this analytics in 3 categories, I'm very curious about who will be the winners, and as I always mention, whoever attended this context is the winner, but of course, we value and appreciate some of them little bit more than others. So let's
award the general track first. So let's start from the general track, and the 5th place is
Ivan Larin.
The 4th place is Maxim Suchodolski. Third place is Evgeny Ivankin. Second place is Mark Kashirsky. And the winner at this category is Vladislav Litvinov. Let's make photo together, guys. Let's move to the juniors track.
Let's move to the junior track. We have 4 winners there. And the 4th winner is Yasmina Ismagilova. Ladies, woohoo! I'm so proud to give you the prize. The 3rd place goes to Artem Gorokhov. The 2nd place goes to Yegor Kulishov. And finally, the 1st place goes to Dmitry Kirichenko.
Come together. Take your places, guys. Now, let's move to Yandex track. And the 3rd place goes to Daria Kryzhanovskaya. Second place goes to Georgy Bulgakov. The 1st place at Yandex track goes to Georgy Morev. Come together, guys. Please take the pole. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we move to the next category, backend. To award the winners of the backend category, I'd like to invite on the stage Nikita Borisov, Sasha Kuvaev, and Roma Yelizarov.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here. As it was already said, you all winners here, and it's honor to be here with you on the scene. Backend at Yandex, it's I think one of the most important tracks. A lot of services in Yandex, a lot of services in Yandex works because of their backends. And backend is not a simple service. It's hardcore algorithms and it's complex product logic also, and the infrastructure that keeps running everything smooth. Millions of requests hits our services each second, and small inefficiency will cause a problem that will affect our business. And furthermore, it will affect all of you because you are the users of the services. You can't order a taxi to airport, or you can't get food for a birthday party or read an email from the bank. So half of the Yandex developers are backend developers, and we have a lot of tasks. And if you want to be not somewhere near, but inside the main track, and you want to do the decisions that will affect the stability of the services in the future, you can join us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sasha. I'm head of backend track at Yandex Cup. At the championship, we trying to prepare a large variety of tasks for backend. For example, backend development, algorithm tasks, working with databases. Our goal here is to present that backend is a lot of different things, and it's very broad and very diverse. Also, we try to prepare our tasks so our participants can find tasks and challenges to enjoy. At this year, we prepare problems that more based on real backend tasks that are solved by our developers at Yandex rather than just theoretical ones. They are more hard, I think, but I think they are also more interesting, and you handle them brilliantly.
Today we saw that Yandex Cup is a place to challenge yourself and to showcase your skill, to meet like-minded people, and for some of you to make an important first step in your career. We're doing Yandex Cup for 8 years, and this is our contribution to IT community. And now we'll start presenting the prizes for backend category. We'll have 2 divisions, General and Yandexoid. So, Nikita, let's start with General category awards.
Thank you, Roman. Okay, let's start. 5th place, Nikita Artyuch. Fourth place, Vladimir Kaurkin. 3rd place, Nikita Podguzov. 2nd place, Petr Losev. 'And the winner is Akiferdjan Abduganiyev.
hold on a second, for the backend competition, we have a special prize. We have an out-of-competition participant who's been competing for 3 times, but he can't get the money prize because of the rules. But because he's competing 3 times, we've prepared a special prize for him. So welcome on stage, Artur Petuchowski. Please welcome. We have a special prize for you. Artur. Yeah, here he comes. And let's take the photo all together. So congratulations to our general track winners. Yeah, thank you. And Sasha, let's present Yandex Soy tracks.
Thank you. Let's start from the third place. And the third place is Alexei Bogdanov. Second place is Anton Kapanov. And who will be our champion? Let us know. And the champion is Alexander Novozhilov. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now we still have few categories ahead. Now we move to the front-end category. To award the winners of front-end category, I'd like to invite on stage Ivan Puzyrevsky, Sergey Berezhnoy, and Yulia Lashina.
Yeah, hello once again. So do you know that if you write a joke about JavaScript in JavaScript, you'll get undefined? Thank you for that. Yeah, the thing is, there are many jokes about the front-end development, but the truth is that the front-end development is really crucial to build user-facing products, because user experience is how people feel your product, how they interact with your product, which is really important to get things done perfectly. And because of the business context, the front-end development tends to be accelerated each year. That's why we invest heavily in technology that helps us to build localized, tailored interfaces in a short time. For example, in Yandex Cloud, we have open sourced our design system, Gravity UI, and we do invest a lot of more in testing utilities like the screenshotting tools that we are used today during the track. So there is a rumor that AI will automate a lot of front-end development, which is like partially true, partially not. But to continue on that, I would like to pass the word to Sergey, who is the leader of the front-end track in this cup.
Yes, thank you, Wayne. My joke about front-end track was also written with the help of front-end technologies, with the CSS, but it isn't still centered well, so take a patient. As you said, like AI is really changing our lives, and our challenge as creators of the problems was state those problems, not one prompted by any like contemporary modern AI models. And as far as I understand, even the best attendees aren't even close to the highest mark. So we are quite succeeded in this manner. This year, our tasks, they are like half real life, but also they are forced participants to discover some new topics they aren't faced in like natural programming, like routine, really frequently, at least for some of them. So we are tried to balance interests and reuse of your like regular skill. And I believe or hope that you had fun, all of you, not only front-end track, but the other tracks as well. So yeah, thank you for participation.
Hi. We build technologies with a passion of excellence, and we value and hire people who can help just develop something special for Yandex Cloud, AI, and cybersecurity. And we hope that skills you gained here, you will use for your future invaders. Yes, thank you. So, let's get started.
Yeah, so we'll start with the general track, as you noticed. There will be 5 places, and the first one goes to Otabek. Let me get it right. Abdubakiev. Yeah, close. Thanks. The 4th place goes to Dmitry Danilov. Dmitry. Cool. The 3rd place goes to Evgeny Dyachkov. The 2nd place goes to Abdullah Gaibulayev. And Abdullah. No? Missing? Here we go. Thank you. Welcome. So, and the first place in the front-end track goes to the winner of the track, who is Nazarbek Baladbayev. Please applause. So the second track is Yandexoid track, which will be presented by Sergey.
Yeah, as I usually say, brothers Yandexoids. So, and first, I would like to invite to stage Yegor Stukov. Congratulations. Nikita Akimov. And the first place goes to Валерий Лапшов. Congratulations. Let's make a photo, guys. So we are going to the next track, yes? No, we aren't have junior tracks for front-end track yet. So yeah, I just would like to pass the mic to the Roma.
Thank you, guys. thank you everyone. So let's move to the next category. It is mobile development category. To present the awards, I'd like to invite to the stage Vadim Belotitsky, Lёша Panchenko, and Sasha Bulaev.
Congratulations, everyone. Let me briefly tell you about mobile development at Yandex. At Yandex, we build mobile applications used by tens of millions of people around many countries. Our teams actively develop and implement cross-platform technologies. We also focus on accessibility. 16 of our mobile applications are already adopted for blind and visually and users with disabilities. So today at Yandex there are 50 mobile teams forming one of the largest mobile communities in the Russian market. We help shape the industry, creating many opportunities for growing expertise of developers at different levels.
This year, we completely updated the tasks for mobile track. We combined the iOS and Android platform. We made iOS and Android competition to see which platform is stronger. This change was long overdue. And this year, the contest finally allowed us to create full mobile tasks, the real devices, the proper runtime for testing. We received 1,840 submissions in mobile, and only the 23 made it to the finals. And this time, we'll find out the names of the winners.
Thank you, Lёша. I wanted to congratulate all of the participants. Thank you for applying for Yandex Cup. And guys, you made this happen. You are such heroes. And I also wanted to tell that you have the courage. Amazing. So I want to start introducing our winners. Vadim.
Let's start with general track. The fifth place, Vitaly Mahonin. The fourth place, Alexei Tarachevsky. The third place, Nail Minumulin. The second place, Vyacheslav Sanjarov. And finally, the winner, Vyacheslav Ivanov.
And let's go to Yandexoids track. The first place is Andrei Tumanov. second place is Konstantin Fokin. And first place, Nikita Alexeyev.
Now, I'd like to invite to the stage the HR Director for Search and AI Business Group, Oksana Pudova.
Good evening, guys. I see that you are a little bit tired, but I hope you have still energy for our further program in the evening. So, we have a lot of words to say, but I hope that I not repeat myself. I want to congratulate all the finalists and winners of the Yandex Cup 2025. At the heart of all Yandex services are unique, complex, and hard-to-reproduce technology that stimulate us to develop a technology, and we called it as a magic. So, from the first days of their life at Yandex, our engineers meet a lot of challenges and tasks that require non-obvious solutions, like those you've proposed today in the finals. Thank you. I really want you to know what motivates us to improve our cup. It is your dedication. Thank you, all of you, for that. As you may know, Yandex Cup is our key flagship program that stimulates us to promote and to develop the programmers community. I want to say thank you to all our team who did this day today. They did a great work. They put their hearts and professionalism, setting a high standard of Yandex Cup. And finally, I would like to say that the Cup is the most significant event that we built it with you together, and I hope that we promote our community in the best way in the next year. See you at Yandex Cup 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, to close the ceremony, I'd like to invite Mr. Amar Fatih. Just small.
Okay, dear colleagues, we've seen all award winners, all the best from 20,000 people, all in Istanbul, Turkey. I congratulate you all on behalf of my ministry and myself. Once again, congratulations, welcome to Istanbul, where the continents Asia and Europe meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay. And now I'd like to invite all the winners to the stage to make one big group photo, and everyone who has been on the stage today as well. Please come. become deeper. Take your places, guys. So guys, I want to say big thank you for all participants and the entire working team of the championship. We held a competition for 20,000 people and the strongest of them gathered here at the finals in Istanbul. The places are set, trophies and certificates are awarded. Ahead of us is after party, networking time and some well-deserved rest. Let's close the award ceremony with a video showing how this day went.
International Championship Yandex Cup.
Настроенный финал очень боевой.
I'm here to compete and to see who's best.
Hoş geldiniz. Welcome to Yandex Cup.